begins with a rumor. In the forest behind the junior high school, past a single torii gate, you'll find the Toritsuka, a monument to a bird god, some old legend no one remembers. If you go there just after dark, on the night of a red full moon, you'll be visited by a crow with a human face. And if it speaks to you, you'll be cursed for 100 days. After that, you die. Stories like this bubble up all the time at Hirumi Junior High School. Remnants of the town's long history, snaking its way through modern news reports of mysterious accidents and urban myths. 3 second-year students, Kurumi Shina, Nao Murase, and Sango Hirouchi, have formed a bond over these strange tales, and have taken to investigating the various rumors around their hometown of Hirumi City under the guise of an after-school dog-walking session with Nao's mixed-breed mutt, Meadows. After hearing about the curse of the human-faced crow, the 4 head to the forest behind the school just after sunset. Past the bright lights and blaring sounds of construction work just outside the entrance, they move into the darkened park, illuminated by the light of the full moon. As they close in on the torii gate that leads to the monument, Meadows chickens out. So after tying his leash to a nearby drinking fountain and telling him to wait, the 3 walk deeper into the forest. The construction noises, which were cacophonous just a few steps earlier, have melted into the quiet rustling of the wind through the trees, creating a shushing layer of white noise. Heartbeats become palpable. A crow taking flight stops the 3 in their tracks. Now tries to play it cool, which irritates the more skeptical Sango, who says if he thinks he's so tough, she and Kurumi will wait here while Nao investigates the monument on his own. There's no backing out now. Just a bit further and the Toritsuka appears. The full moon hangs red in the night sky directly above the stone structure, though it makes for a spooky image, and the darkness around him seems all-encompassing, even obscuring the figures of Sango and Kurumi, who should be visible just a stone's throw behind him, now finds nothing more than a worn monument. Though it's not as worn as the stories would have led him to believe. In fact, it looks much newer than he thought it would for some old stone structure that's been out in the woods for generations. As he turns to leave, he hears the flapping of wings behind him. And when he spins back around, a single crow lands atop the Toritsuka. A crow with a human face. A voice whispers, "In 100 days, someone will die." Now loses consciousness. From this point on, the 3 are cursed, and thus begins our journey through the forgotten past and perplexing modernity of Hirumi City in Yuuyami Doori Tankentai. Yuuyami Doori Tankentai is a horror adventure game developed by Spike and released on the PlayStation 1 on October 7th, 1999, exclusively in Japan. So it's time to cover yet another Japanese-only game on this channel. As far as I could find, there is no fan translation, and no group working on a translation patch at the time of making this video. If there is, and I couldn't find it because it's hidden on some Discord server somewhere, please let me know in the comments. Yuuyami Doori Tankentai roughly translates to Dusk Street Exploration Group, or Twilight Road Investigation Party, or some other such combination of clunky English phrasing. Any way you slice it, it's kind of a mouthful. and I feel it's better just to leave the title untranslated. There are several words and phrases the game uses throughout its story that are ultimately better left untranslated just because of how awkward they sound in English. I'll definitely break them down and give you the context though as we come across them throughout this video. This is a very Japanese game, which may sound dumb to say, but one of the central plot points of Yuuyami Doori, just gonna shorten the title to make it a bit easier for me to say, revolves around the discrepancy of the kanji characters used to write out the town's name, which introduces a whole host of thematic complexity that would otherwise be completely lost in translation without a wall of translator footnotes. Not to mention all of the cultural, societal, economical, spiritual, and folklorical context needed to unpack most of the rumors the main cast investigates, as well as their character arcs and relationships. It's a very dense story, with multiple layers and some of the most complex yet subtle writing that I've ever experienced in a video game, which is probably why nobody has attempted to translate it. There's a distinct idiosyncratic style to the dialogue, filled with a lot of 90s Japanese youth slang that translation apps really struggle with. There's also a lot of understatement, a lot of things said by its characters but not meant, and a lot of other things left unsaid but strongly felt. We'll get into examples and details of all of this as we go along. First things first though, who made this thing? The developer of Yuuyami Doori, Spike, rose from the ashes of another developer, Human Entertainment. Human is probably most well known for creating the Clock Tower series on the Super Famicom in 1995, but they have a big library stretching back to the mid-80s, mostly full of sports titles, which seemed to pay the bills, but this did allow them to branch out into more creative fare with the story-heavy Fire Pro Wrestling series, as well as Monster Party, Kabuki Quantum Fighter, The Firemen, the aforementioned Clock Tower, and, most relevant to this video, the Twilight Syndrome series. I covered the first two Twilight Syndrome games, as well as the Goichi Suda commandeered spin-off, Moonlight Syndrome, in an earlier video. But to give you the Cliff's Notes, Twilight Syndrome was an experiment birthed from Human Entertainment's internal sound team, known as HELP. They wanted to use their sound engineering techniques to create a horror game after they found success with an audio-focused arcade experience called Grandish Manor. And so they went on to develop the 2D side-scrolling horror adventure Twilight Syndrome. Twilight Syndrome often gets credited to Goichi Suda and wrapped up in his own metaverse of games, since he was the director, but he actually came on late in Twilight Syndrome's development cycle, and was mainly tasked with making sure the game got out the door on time after the original director left the team, so he had very little creative input on those games. For more on Twilight Syndrome, the games, its difficult development cycle, Goichi Suda's involvement as director, and then subsequent hijacking of the series for his own Lynchian deconstruction of its characters in Moonlight Syndrome, you can watch my video, linked in the description below. Anyway, by the late 90s, Human Entertainment was hemorrhaging money. They were over 4 billion yen in debt, and would eventually close their doors in January of 2000. By that time, most of its core creative members had already left to work for other developers, or create their own studios. Most of the Twilight Syndrome team, minus Suda, who would go on to form Grasshopper Manufacture, had already joined Spike, well before Human's closure. Spike started as Mizuki in 1989, before changing its name in 1997. They'd already published a few ports of Human's Fire Pro Wrestling series for other consoles, so they had a prior relationship with Human Entertainment. Spike had branched into game development shortly before their name change, with a handful of educational titles on the 3DO and Saturn. Though Yuuyami Doori is credited to Spike, it's the only logo that appears after the PlayStation boot screens, its development was actually handled by two internal groups, Team Yura and Exit Inc. Team Yura was made up of former Twilight Syndrome members, while Exit was another development studio already active within Spike. The lead designer for Yuuyami Doori was Keita Kimura, who had held the same role on Twilight Syndrome, while the scenario was written by Kimura and Mika Mishima, who co-wrote the scenario for Twilight Syndrome. In fact, on the surface, Yuuyami Doori looks and plays identically to the first two Twilight Syndrome games. It takes place in a suburban Japanese town and stars 3 students investigating various rumors and urban myths. But beyond those initial similarities, Yuuyami Doori is a much more expansive and complex work, both in its gameplay and narrative. It feels more like the next logical step in the Syndrome series, rather than Suda's left turn with Moonlight Syndrome. Don't get me wrong, I think Moonlight Syndrome is a fascinating game, which is why I covered it. But personally, I prefer Twilight's focus on understated dialogue, character development, and spooky stories. From reading the comments on the Syndrome video, it seems like many of you felt the same. So if you're one of those people, I think you'll be much happier with how Yuuyami Doori develops and plays out. Speaking of development, things progressed pretty slowly. The team began working on Yuuyami Doori in 1997, and it took 2.5 years to complete. Upon release, Yuuyami Doori garnered pretty mediocre reviews. Famitsu felt the gameplay was old-fashioned, and it arrived too late to cash in on the J-horror boom that was fashionable in the country between 1997 and 1998. French magazine Joypad also reviewed the game, giving it a scathing 2 out of 10, stating that, though an adventure game without action elements is popular among Japanese schoolgirls, they had no interest in it, and that the story requires a high level of Japanese reading comprehension to understand. So first of all, classic video game journalism right here, scoffing at anything that doesn't let you murder everything on screen. And don't get me wrong, I love games where you get to murder everything on screen, but that ain't the only way to do things. And second of all, docking points because they couldn't read Japanese and understand the game's story. You think that might have contributed to your lack of appreciation for this heavily narrative-based experience? I mean, it's not even because I liked this game a lot and feel the need to defend it. It's just that this is such a brain-dead evaluation that lacks any and all self-awareness. It's like reading some YouTube comments. Anyway, Spike kind of knew the game would have limited appeal, so they didn't print that many copies. As the years have gone on, Japanese critics have really turned around on Yuuyami Doori, and it's since been regarded as a forgotten masterpiece on the PlayStation. And predictably, thanks to the low original print run, it now commands prices in the tens of thousands of yen, sometimes 100,000s bundled with the strategy guide, which, as we'll come to see, is almost required to complete the game. I really wanted a copy, mostly for the incredibly creepy artwork. That's such a striking cover image. But there was no way I was paying hundreds or over $1,000 for this game. Even though I do this for a living, I do not make enough money to justify that kind of purchase. Sorry, Yuuyami Doori. I love you, but Duck Station it is. And a big thanks to whoever uploaded a scan of the guide on Internet Archive, because I don't know how I would have 100%ed this game without it. But here's the thing, I did 3 playthroughs for this video. My first was blind. It took me 28 hours and I only ended up seeing less than half of the content in the game. My second playthrough was a 100% attempt using the guide, which took a little over 40 hours, and I failed to 100% it because of how this game is structured. We'll dig into that soon. My third playthrough was a cleanup run, getting the last bits that I didn't achieve on my 100% attempt. That one took about 13 hours. So in total, I spent over 80 hours playing Yuuyami Doori. It's a long game for what it is. Both Twilight Syndrome games together clocked in at about a 12-hour playthrough. So I was kind of expecting just a little bit longer for this one, but yeah, I was way off. After our encounter with the human-faced crow and subsequent loss of consciousness, the game shifts 1 month into the past, to the beginning of the new school year, and to what may be one of the greatest scenes of character introduction and relationship establishing that I've ever seen. And I'm not just talking about in video games, I mean in anything. We see Nao standing in the school hallway with a little present behind his back, anxiously waiting for Kurumi to pass by. As she approaches, he rehearses the words he wants to say in his head. Kurumi, will you go out with me? But he doesn't get the words out before she continues trotting along. So he runs to catch up with her. He stops her in front of one of the classroom doors, his heart beating audibly and tactilely through the controller as she tilts her head and looks on with curiosity. Well, what should I do? He thinks again. At this point, other kids in the hallway have started noticing. His face turns red and he mumbles, would you like to come with me to take my dog for a walk sometime? No. Good try, buddy. Later on, Kurumi walks down the hall by herself and approaches 2 girls talking. Hey. The alien came. Just ignore her. Most of Kurumi's classmates refer to her as the alien because of her behavior and strange way of speaking. It's not a term of endearment. At the end of the day, Kurumi approaches Sango, who at first also makes a motion to shoo her away. But Kurumi leans in to tell her something. Hey, Mayu. Mayu is Sango's real name. We'll talk about it later. Guess what? Today? Sango's reaction tells us all we need to know about what Kurumi just told her and how she feels about it. After school, Sango fidgets on the sidewalk in front of her apartment complex. What am I doing? I should just go home. When Nao and Kurumi appear with Meros, Sango spots them and says, "What a coincidence." This whole sequence makes me want to cry. It's so good. It says everything we need to know about who these characters are, their statuses at school, and their relationships to one another with only a few lines of dialogue. These characters arrive fully formed. You know them without knowing anything about them. I love them, especially Meros. And I will follow them through whatever trials and frustrations the gameplay throws at me. Not so subtle foreshadowing. But yeah, just superb animation, subtle gestures, excellent pacing, and that music. This is the only time this track is used in the entire game, and I'm so glad because it makes it all the more special. This is a beautiful, funny, poignant, heartbreaking series of events that trusts its audience to just get it. Like, if you don't feel something watching this sequence, then you're not going to make it through the rest of this game, or the rest of this video. It's also a complete juxtaposition to the darkness of the opening scene, showing off both sides of Yuuyami Doori's world and narrative. The confidence on display in every aspect of the presentation here is something that we'll see demonstrated over and over again. After our character introductions, we move forward through time and arrive back in the present, on May 7th, the day after our encounter with the human-faced crow. 99 days left. For anyone who doesn't know, the Japanese school year starts in April, so that's why we're in May, 1 month after the start of the school year. There might be people who don't know that. The first thing we need to do is choose one of our 3 protagonists to go through the school day with. I say go through the school day, but in actuality, we only play a short 5-minute free period. But this is the portion of the game where we gather rumors. Right off the bat, this is a big difference from Twilight Syndrome. Those games were broken up into separate chapters where a story sequence would linearly introduce the rumor or myth the girls were meant to be investigating. Yuuyami Doori isn't structured that way. We have 100 days. Technically 99, to gather rumors from our classmates, investigate those rumors, learn more about the human-faced crow, and hopefully find some way to break the curse that's been put on us. It's much more open-ended, with one of the goals here being an attempt to simulate the daily life of a junior high school student in suburban Japan. Kurumi, Nao, and Sango all have different relationships with different classmates, and you'll need to spend the first few days of Yuuyami Doori picking between them and talking to everyone to see who has good disposition with who. Only certain people or groups of people are talking about certain rumors. So in order to learn more and be able to investigate them, we'll need to choose the appropriate character to obtain that rumor. For example, the first rumor is available on day 1, but it's being discussed in the girls' bathroom. Obviously, Nao won't be able to go in there to get the details. Kurumi only gets called an alien and shooed away by the group inside. But Sango has a rapport with these girls. She's not friends with them. They often make fun of her for being nerdy and eavesdropping on their conversations, but Sango stands her ground and gets information out of them. She refers to them as the Joshi Toire Gundan, or the Girls' Toilet Brigade, since they're always hanging out in the bathroom gossiping about nonsense, which Sango attributes to the smell of urine and toilet disinfectant going to their heads. She even chastises them for being inconsiderate of others, because they always return to class smelling like piss, which is disruptive to people around them. Sango's a boss-ass bitch. In this instance, the Toilet Brigade are talking about hanako, which is a prevalent ghost story in Japanese schools about a little girl who haunts bathrooms. She's actually the subject of the opening rumor in Twilight Syndrome, where the main characters attempt to summon her. Here, the Toilet Brigade talk about the fact that Hanako was originally from their town, and that her grave is somewhere near Hirumi Bridge. After we've done the necessary legwork to learn about a rumor, a pop-up at the bottom of the screen will inform us that we've obtained it. This first one is easy to get, but later rumors may involve talking to the right people, sometimes multiple people in the right order, and other times just eavesdropping on conversations and not speaking. For most rumors, it's pretty straightforward, but for a few, the steps can be strict. Like, if we're meant to only eavesdrop, but we talk to the person too early, we'll cut them off and miss out on obtaining the rumor. We'll have to reload a save or wait another day to try again. We also only have 5 minutes during the school free period, and these minutes count down in real time. Because of the time constraint, the devs decided to make all of the dialogue in Yuuyami Doori advance automatically, even during cutscenes. As mentioned, some rumors involve speaking to multiple people, so the game's instruction manual and strategy guide actually recommend setting the text speed to fast in the options, which is all well and good if Japanese is your first language and you can read quickly, but it was a bit of an issue for me sometimes. My Japanese is good, but it's still a second language, and I'm not reading at the same speed that I can read English, though I think I might have improved a lot after spending so many hours playing this game. I often had to re-watch my footage so I could pause and reread dialogue that I missed because it advanced too quickly, especially in instances where I needed to set the dialogue to fast so I could gather the rumor in time. You can pause the game during dialogue, but I was recording footage and I didn't want to have to edit out the pauses later. That would have been way more of a hassle for me. Most of the time though, I had the dialogue set to slow. There were only a handful of moments where I had to use fast to complete things. After your 5 minutes at school are up, the game transitions to a notebook screen where you'll see today's date and the name of the rumor you've obtained with a blue kanji next to it. This symbol roughly translates to not yet or incomplete. If it's blinking, it means it can be discussed with the group to get more details. A cutscene will play showing Kurumi, Nao, and Sango talking about the rumor. And here's where we learn a lot about our main protagonist's personalities. Sango is the skeptic, who doesn't believe in anything supernatural and often thinks that everything has a rational and usually mundane or stupid explanation. Nao is more open-minded, though not completely convinced of the existence of ghosts or other unearthly phenomena. His indecisiveness often comes across to Sango as cowardice, and he's usually the first one to suggest giving up on an investigation if it starts to seem too weird or dangerous. This attitude only eggs Sango on to continue investigating, so maybe he knows what he's doing. As we'll learn later, the two of them have known each other since elementary school after all. Kurumi is a strange girl who only just moved to Hirumi City last year. She speaks of herself in third person, uses childish language and made-up phrases that often frustrate Sango and even confuse Nao at times. She's also the most open to the supernatural. Not so much a passionate believer, but her personality seems to allow her to more easily accept the strange events that occur during the course of their investigations. The three of them bouncing off of each other make these little tete-a-tetes interesting, while also giving the game a chance to list out our objectives without just making a list of objectives. Sometimes we'll need to check the rumors more than once to get all the information. The blue symbol will stop blinking once we've exhausted everything, and we can always re-watch them if we've forgotten something. For the Hanako rumor, Sango reiterates the details she learned from the Toilet Brigade, while throwing in a few jabs at them, calling them the cancer of her class. We're also reminded to investigate Hirumi Bridge to start with. It's best to get this prep work done during this phase, because once we advance, we'll be going on our after-school walk with Meros and need to choose a lead character. Investigating rumors involves walking around the city, going to specific locations, and talking to specific people in order to gain more info and advance. For the most part, investigations are linear, but there are some that can be completed in multiple ways or can have their steps done out of order. Also, depending on the rumor, some steps can be completed by any character. but most of the time we need to use a specific one to trigger events. We'll usually get a hint on who to use, if it matters, during the group discussion. Once we've made our choice of who to control during the walk, that's it for the day. We can't swap characters on the fly, and in a lot of cases we'll eventually need to make use of all 3 characters, so most investigations will take multiple days to complete. There are only a few that can be finished in one day by just one character. Kurumi, Nao, and Sango all have slight gameplay roles that aren't clearly defined, but I kind of gleaned them during my playtime. Generally speaking, Sango is best at talking to strangers and getting information out of people. Nao is good at exploring locations, and Kurumi is best when something supernatural needs to be dealt with. After selecting our character, we need to choose a spot on the map to begin our walk. Hirumi City is a fictional place meant to be located somewhere on the outskirts of Tokyo. The entire town of Hirumi is laid out here, so any street you see or points of interest marked can be visited and, in a lot of cases, entered or interacted with. I also love the Meros icon when selecting where to start our walk. Nao's home is always the default starting point. But since we've learned that we need to head to Hirumi Bridge all the way across town, starting at the south exit of the train station is more efficient for our current investigation. I mentioned it's best to get the prep work done before advancing because once we're dropped into town, we can still open up the notebook at any time by pressing triangle, but now there's a clock next to the date, so there's a time limit on exploration too. Depending on the day, our walks will begin at either 4 or 5 p.m. and last until it gets dark at 8. Each in-game minute is about 4 seconds, so we have either 12 or 16 minutes to wander the town and investigate rumors. Time continues to advance while walking around, talking to people, and even consulting the notebook to watch group discussion scenes. The only things that stop time are pausing the game or using the map to choose what street to navigate to after reaching a screen transition. More on that in a bit. If we've exhausted things to do during or after school, we can pause and choose Skip Scene to advance to the next phase of the game, so we don't have to just wait for the timer to run out, which is good. After a rumor-specific conversation or story event takes place, we can check our notebook to discuss with the group and update our progress. This is necessary to triggering the next part of the investigation. After going through however many steps are needed to solve the rumor, there'll be a wrap-up discussion and we'll get a message that says the rumor has been solved. A complete symbol appears on the notebook screen and the rumor disappears from our main page. So this all seems pretty straightforward. At school, choose the right character, talk to the right people, or eavesdrop on the right conversations to obtain rumors. Then in the afternoon, choose the right character, go to the right places, investigate the right things, solve the rumors, profit. But there's one little catch to this gameplay loop. At school, each rumor is only available to obtain for a limited number of days, and you also need to solve them by a certain date as well. For example, a rumor I'll talk about later concerns a road in town where people often get lost, and is available to learn about at school from May 16th to May 20th. Before or after those dates, no one is talking about this rumor. If we obtain it, we have until May 25th to solve it. But the game doesn't tell us any of these dates, nor does it list out all of the rumors that are available throughout the game. So if you miss obtaining a rumor, you'll have no way of knowing that it even existed. Also, if the expiration date passes, you may be left wondering why the rumor you were following has disappeared from the main page of your notebook. We can actually find completed and not completed rumors in the Other Rumors section at the bottom of the notebook screen. Here, each completed rumor is assigned one of 4 symbols. What those symbols represent, I'll explain later. Incomplete rumors will have a question mark next to them. If we select one, we'll get a cutscene where the trio will declare that they've hit a dead end or are bored searching for answers. And that's it. The game just continues. The only way you'll know that you've missed anything is after the game ends and you see the results screen, which in itself is pretty cryptic. The 4 symbols that I mentioned get assigned to completed rumors are listed out, and the number you solved out of the total number available for each category are written next to them. These symbols represent rumors related to the Crow's Curse, urban myths, spiritual encounters, and the 7 deities of Hirumi City. Some rumors have conditions that need to be met in order to obtain them, like hearing about or having solved other rumors. Kurumi also has a friendship mechanic that she needs to raise with certain characters in order to obtain rumors from them, and both of those mechanics are also kept secret by the game. This all may sound a bit frustrating. The game is hiding crucial information from the player, and by extension, hiding a lot of its story and character development. There are major plot points in some of these rumors that some players may never see. But here's the thing, I don't think the developers gave a shit. They knew they were going to alienate, let's be honest, most players. They knew only those who were really invested in this world, these characters, and this narrative were going to have the patience to see it through. But Yuuyami Doori is so carefully layered and constructed, its gameplay and plot so intricately woven together, that this idea of not being able to see everything in one playthrough, I think was part of the design. And I'll point out examples of this as we go along. Now, by making this argument, am I saying that this type of game design is a good idea, or something that should be lauded for its audacity, its adhesion to the developer's design vision, even at the potential and highly likely cost of player enjoyment? No. I'm not saying it's good or bad. All I'm saying is that it's fucking interesting, and that's exactly why I chose to make a video about this game. There are 44 rumors spread throughout the entire game. On my first playthrough, I think I found around 20 on my own, and I only managed to solve 14. Even the official guide, which gives a detailed itinerary of how to obtain every rumor and how best to go about investigating each of them throughout the game's 99 playable days, cautions that it may be frustrating to attempt a 100% single playthrough. And like I said earlier, I didn't manage to find and solve every rumor on my 100% run, even with the guide. I missed out on like 7 rumors. In the beginning of the game, they're kind of spread out among the days, but once you hit the end of June through the middle of July, the game is jam-packed with rumors. And there were a few days where it was actually impossible to complete some of the steps the guide says to take to stay on schedule. As a side note, the guide itself is also filled with typos and mistakes. Some are innocent, like in the overview section saying now is needed to obtain a rumor, but then in the actual walkthrough portion it says to use sango. Others are more egregious, like listing a wrong location or wrong directions to get places, or telling you to select a wrong option to advance a story sequence. It gets sloppier the further into the guide you get, so the writer and editors must have been on a tight deadline. For a game as complex as this, where timing and choices matter though, it was pretty frustrating. In fact, even without the guide's poor copy editing, the whole experience of attempting to achieve everything on a single run was not fun. It's too stressful worrying about the schedule, running to every single location, trying to get all the steps done before the day is over. I have to do that kind of shit in real life. I don't want to do it in a video game. Also, by doing that, you'll miss out on all the other little bits of flavor the game has to offer. School isn't only about obtaining rumors. You can talk to all of the other students, and they all have unique dialogue that changes as the game goes on. Most also speak differently depending on what character you're controlling. But by figuring out who they're more comfortable with, you can uncover several subplots and even bits of foreshadowing. And some of those subplots even end up having development and resolutions that play out in rumor investigations later in the game. You can even learn more about each of the 3 main characters' relationships with each other by talking to them individually at school. And in town, there are a ton of details and things to see and experience that I've dedicated a whole upcoming section to, so we'll get to that in just a bit. But yeah, so if you don't need to solve all of the rumors to make progress, what's the win condition for this game? Well, Yuuyami Doori technically has 3 endings, but 2 of them are really just glorified game overs. What determines the ending is how many rumors have been solved, but like everything else in this game, it's not quite as simple as that. Each rumor has a point value assigned to it. Some are worth 2 points, others are worth 4. Many of them, however, award you 0 points. You need to collect at least 33 points by the 100th day. If you don't, you'll receive a bad ending. If you do, a final rumor will unlock, and you'll have 1 day to solve it. If you fail, you get another bad ending. If you succeed, you get the true ending. But here's another catch. Just like the dates for finding and solving rumors, the point values for them are also hidden from the player. So without the guide, you really have no way of knowing if you're earning enough points to unlock that final rumor. There are 66 points spread across 24 of the game's 44 total rumors. And I will say, on my first blind playthrough, even only having solved 14 of them, I managed to achieve enough points to unlock the final rumor. I failed it and got a bad ending, but at that point you can just reload the day and try again. So seeing all of the rumors isn't necessary to achieve the true ending. Afterwards, a New Game Plus type mode opens on the title screen, so you can play again and try to find the ones you missed out on. The game seems to make it a bit easier to obtain main plot critical rumors, but not always. So when I did my first playthrough, only having completed 14 rumors but managing to see the true ending, I had a pretty good idea of what was going on, but I was missing a lot of context. The greater puzzle and real purpose of the game is to play it multiple times to find and fit together all of those little details. Whether or not you think that's worth it depends on how invested you get into this world and these characters, and how much you're willing to put up with its eventually repetitive and sometimes frustrating to figure out rumor investigations. In my opinion, though, this is one of the greatest video game stories ever told, and I spent like 2 months doing all of this and making this multi-hour video, so I thought it was worth it. Speaking of those investigations, though, a few of the plot-crucial ones have much longer time limits. In fact, this first rumor about Hanako's grave is open to obtain and investigate for the entire duration of the game. Having at least obtained it is also a prerequisite for learning about several other rumors, so there's no way you can miss this one. The first in-game week or so only has a few rumors available with very generous time limits. And that's a good thing, because here in the beginning, it's best to wander the school and Hirumi City to get used to the layouts and landmarks. The first thing that's immediately apparent about Yuuyami Doori is just how gorgeous the 2D sprite work and animation is. All of the characters were motion captured, same as Twilight Syndrome. Unfortunately, there was never a special behind-the-scenes disc released for Yuuyami Doori, so you'll have to suffice with footage from Twilight Syndrome The Memorize. But yeah, it was pretty much the same deal. Actors filmed on a blue screen with the footage then traced over frame by frame by the team's animators. It gives every single character in the game a distinct physical presence. Not just the main and supporting cast, but even people who are just standing or walking the streets of Hirumi City. But of course, the most care and attention went to our 3 main characters, and Meros. You're going to be staring at these 4 the most throughout your playtime, and their movements and ways of carrying themselves reflect their personalities. Now is quiet and reserved, and his body language shows it. His posture seems nervous. He often scratches his head before talking to other characters, this gesture of hesitation. Sango has a more defiant stance, crossing her arms or putting her hands on her hips, shrugging when she doesn't get what someone is saying or what the point of taking some action is. Kurumi is all boundless energy and carelessness, nodding her head, giving big enthusiastic waves, doing that Japanese girl thing of knocking her fist against her head when she does something stupid. It's one thing to write characters with these kinds of idiosyncrasies and foibles in the dialogue, which Yuuyami Doori already does an excellent job of, but to see these traits embodied in their physicality just adds a whole other thick layer of charm. Meros is also just a convincing dog. He'll stop to sniff things while on walks, mark his territory, bark or growl at nothing, flatten his ears or whine when he doesn't want to go somewhere or when we need to sometimes leave him behind, which I always hated doing. Kurumi, Nao, and Sango all change their outfits each day too. I mean, I guess they always wear the same outfit, but the colors of their shirts and pants change, which is a nice touch. All these little details add so much to the experience. Little details go beyond just the characters, though. If you've ever wanted to experience the quaintness of suburban Japan without ever visiting suburban Japan, Yuuyami Doori is the game for you. The streets, houses, shops, train stations, lampposts, mailboxes, trash bins, delivery guys on motorbikes, shoulder-slumped salarymen, every feature is lifted straight from real life. The environments were sourced from actual photographs and then painted over in this slightly blurry, almost impressionistic style, layered on top of one another and scrolling in parallax. Just existing in this town is one of the game's greatest charms. It's just Hirumi vibes. Hirumi City was modeled after the bed towns in the sprawl of the greater Tokyo metropolitan area. They're called bed towns because of Japan's grueling work culture, where your own home is considered just a bed for you to return to each night before you jump on a packed train at the crack of dawn to commute back to your office in the heart of the city, your real home. And this perspective on suburban Japan is one of the themes at the center of Yuuyami Doori. There are also hints throughout the game that Hirumi's urbanization and expansion is a product of the economic boom Japan experienced during the 1980s. After the housing market crashed and the economy stagnated in 1990, many real estate development projects ran out of funding, and lots of places that were being prepped for beautification and redevelopment were abandoned. There are hints of this all over. Plans to spruce up old businesses that never pan out, apartment complexes abandoned, areas cordoned off for redevelopment left in limbo. I'll be touching on this later when we get to the relevant parts of the story, but for a deeper look at these themes in Yuuyami Doori, check out the article Suburban Decay on the website Heterotopias. It looks like the site hasn't been updated since 2018, but they've got a bunch of great articles that focus on level design and architecture, and how visual design enhances narratives in games. It's interesting stuff. Speaking of visual design, as you've no doubt noticed, we're always viewing things from the side in this game. Again, no different from Twilight Syndrome. Each street is a single scrolling screen, at the ends of which you'll transition to a mini-map and be able to choose which connecting street to move to. We can press R1 to open up the full map of the city to help get a better grasp of our surroundings. The streets themselves often intersect and shoot off at odd angles. On some screens, you'll be moving left to right, only to turn a corner on the map and then be moving right to left. There are times where you'll pass under railroad tracks, over them, along rivers, through neighborhoods. A few spots in the city allow you to move up and down stairs. It's all very disjointed and jarring, to be honest, making it difficult to get your bearings at first. You're going to be spending a lot of time in these streets, and the layout of the town is often confusing. This is pretty much how city neighborhoods feel in Japan, and in other parts of the world too, but I'll stick with Japan since it's relevant here. Side streets and narrow throughways connect to or pass through each other in haphazard ways. The houses and apartments are crowded so close together they sometimes look like just massive blocks of building rather than separate ones. No yards, no sidewalks a lot of the time, just street, structure, and power lines. So many power lines. Another layer to Yuuyami Doori's simulation is the sounds. At school, there's this jaunty, frankly ridiculous sounding track that plays. I kinda love it though. The rumor discussion scenes have music that fit the mood of whatever the topic is. Sometimes spooky, sometimes sad, sometimes silly. While out on walks, though, it's just the ambiance of the town. During development, the team went out with microphones and recorded the residential areas of Meguro, Tokyo, where Spike's headquarters was located, and worked these soundscapes into the game. The buzzing of passing cars, the rattle of construction, the bustle of shopping streets, the quiet shush of housing developments, the chirping laughter of kids playing outside at a local preschool. Yuuyami Doori is a game full of sound. There's a comfort to that constant blanket. And once again, going hand in hand with all the tiny details in the visuals, it really paints a sense of place. You could easily get lost, both figuratively and literally, in these streets. You can talk to random passersby. Most have nothing to say or only grumble about work or some other thing that's causing them stress or inconveniencing them. But some will talk about specific locations or spots that may become important later on. The variety of people and different sprites is impressive, considering the game's age. And there are little diversions you can find. I always tried to race this girl on her bicycle to the end of the screen every time I saw her riding past. Come on, Meadows, let's get her this time. When we want to get stuff done with our investigations though, we'll probably need to run most places since we're on a timer. While walking with Meros, we can tap square, which acts as an auto run. Meros will pull that character along while the other two try to keep up. We need to press the opposite direction on the D-pad and tap square again to stop. But sometimes we have to leave Meros behind. There are some buildings we can't enter with a dog, and also certain places that Meros will refuse to go. Like in the opening when he wouldn't go through the Torii gate. Meros also drives away ghosts and spirits, but certain investigations require us to interact with the supernatural. We can tie Meros' leash to lampposts and other objects, but sometimes it's not always obvious what Meros can be tied to, so we're left pressing up and mashing circle on anything that looks like we might be able to tie a leash to it. Without Meros, we lose access to the auto run, so we have to hold square, and each character runs at different speeds. Now runs the fastest. Kurumi is slightly slower than Now, and Sango is like moving in reverse, she's so slow. So yeah, Meros is very important to advancing investigations and making sure you get to objectives on time. For now though, we don't have to worry too much about that. Let's return to our first investigation. Hirumi Bridge is very close to the station. It's quite a beautiful spot at sunset, Now hints to Kurumi, which makes Sango want to gag. So we head over there, and when we arrive, we hear a chime and see an icon on the bottom of the screen. These icons highlight key points to advance investigations. The icons and the sounds they make can actually be turned off independently in the options menu, but I don't know why you would do that. It would make certain parts of the game impossible to figure out. For our first rumor, we have all the clues to point us to this important spot, but later rumors sometimes have you running around town with very little direction, hoping to stumble upon one of these symbols. They also only appear for environmental interactions. Sometimes you need to speak to specific people to advance things, and there are no UI indicators for this. In most cases, it's pretty obvious who you're supposed to talk to, but there are a couple rumors where you need to talk to random people on the street. Like, there's a rumor later on where you're investigating an accident that happened on the large stairs in town, and to progress, you need to talk to an old man who just happens to be walking by on an adjacent street. The game gives no indication that this is the guy you need to talk to. And it was one of the rumors I obtained on my first playthrough that I didn't end up solving because of this part. Anyway, when we arrive at Hirumi Bridge, we check the name plaque. This is a very common sight in Japan that you can find on almost all small to large-sized bridges in towns and cities. The thing that's notable about this one is the town's name is written using an extra kanji. Hirumi is written like this, with the kanji for sunlight and see, or view. But the bridge has the kanji for remain, or stay, in the middle. Kurumi also points out it's the same ru kanji that makes up the middle character in her own name. As the three contemplate this, an old woman approaches, saying that the town's original name means, and this is a rough translation, to watch the remaining light of the setting sun. When Kurumi informs the old woman that her name uses the same ru kanji, the old woman reads out Kurumi's name meaning, a long-lasting beauty. She says Kurumi's name suits her. She also thought that Hirumi's original name suited the town, but at some point in the past, the mayor decided to change it. Some yellow dots appear on screen after the old woman speaks. This is another mechanic in conversations. Most of the time, it just indicates that you need to press circle to continue the conversation. However, there are some instances where you're meant to remain silent. How would you know when those situations arise? You gotta read the air of the conversation, or trial and error, or the strategy guide. The ones where you need to stay silent are annoying to figure out, but thankfully, few and far between. In any case, the old woman mentions that the founders of the town meant for it to become a city where you could always view the beautiful sunlight, though she laments that it's become a city that's difficult for elderly people to live in. The old woman doesn't explain this, but in the back of the strategy guide, the developers detail the beginnings of Hirumi as a small village. Legend has it that it was founded by a man and a woman. After they lived out their natural lives, the man became a tengu. Tengu are popular creatures in Japanese folklore, originating from the Shinto religion. They're typically depicted with long noses, beards, and bearing wings on their backs. Meanwhile, the woman became a crow. Interestingly, some depictions of Tengu from the Edo period in the 1800s liken them to crows. Both the Tengu and the Crow were enshrined in different parts of the village to watch over and protect it. Over time, several other deities converged on the village, also with the purpose of protecting it. As time went by, the village grew. Urbanization happened. People died or moved away. New people came to Hirumi, and the old gods and their legends have been lost from people's memories. Only a few of the elderly residents know the tales, and most in half-remembered fragments. And all of this is going to become very important as Yuuyami Doori's narrative develops. The old woman here starts reminiscing about the good old days. She mentions the water in the river used to be clear, and that kids nowadays probably don't even know about the cicada that used to thrive there, and the beautiful birds with colorful feathers that used to inhabit the riverbank. Lately, all the birds around town have such dull colors. Before any of the kids can get a word in edgewise, a bus arrives, the old woman boards, and off she goes. Discussing with the group, Sango figures this old bag probably knows a lot of stories about Hirumi, so she may know something about the location of Hanako's grave. This is all we can do to advance our investigation for the day, so we can spend the rest of the afternoon exploring the town, or open up the pause menu and choose Skip Scene to advance to the next segment. If we wait until it gets dark and the clock strikes 8, whatever character we're controlling will stop and mention that we should go home. After a short loading screen, we'll then get a peek into the home life of said character. These are referred to as private scenes, and each character has a separate storyline that develops in these segments over the course of the game. Here in the beginning, in the first few days of gameplay, we get bigger introductions to each character. As the game goes on, at the end of every day, we'll see a bit of their home life, but major plot sequences happen on set dates. So, depending on who you're controlling on certain days, you may end up missing certain characters' events. In fact, it's actually difficult to see all of each character's private scenes on one playthrough. Just another thing the devs wanted you to play the game multiple times to experience. With now, we find out his father is overseas on business, and he's an only child, so it's just him and his mom at home currently. We also find out his full name is Naoki. Nao's mom is caring, doting even on her only son, but we get the hint that there's a rift in their communication that's developed recently. She says Nao's such a good kid, he studies hard, but she doesn't know what he's thinking. Could be chalked up to teenage angst, or it could be something deeper. His dad calls in the evenings, and when Nao speaks to him, it's clear they don't know how to talk to each other either. It basically boils down to stiff greetings and awkward back and forths about school and work. Nao's mother has obviously urged Nao's father to say something to their son about his current closed-off attitude, but all Nao's father can muster are some tired platitudes about growing up and being more responsible. Sango has a more openly contentious relationship with her family. She's the youngest of 3. Her older brother is off at college, so it's just her and her older sister, Ai, at home with her parents. There are hints that she had a good relationship with her older brother, but she and her sister are always at each other's throats, much to the frustration of Sango's mother, who is the outspoken disciplinary figure. Sango's father rarely says anything during family disputes. We find out that Sango is part of a doujinshi circle, which is a group of writers and artists who create independent comics, usually derivative of other popular works, like fanfiction. But sometimes these groups also create original stories. We never get the details on what Sango's group does, but she's a writer. The group is preparing something for the upcoming summer comic convention, Komi Komi, a play on the popular real-life biannual comic market, or Komiket convention. She often speaks on the phone with a fellow member of her group named Tomoki. We never learn too much about Tomoki, but it's clear from how they speak to each other that Tomoki is most likely older and lives far away. During their conversation here, Sango asks if Tomoki is actually Tomoki's real name. It's fairly common for doujinshi circle members to use pen names, so this isn't an awkward question. But Tomoki wonders why Sango has suddenly brought this up. And she says that they speak so often and Tomoki understands her much better than her parents do, so she thought maybe they could get to know each other a little better. Tomoki responds that sometimes having distance is good, and maybe that's what makes their relationship work. Even though there are people who are physically close to you, like parents or siblings, sometimes that closeness makes communication more difficult. So we don't get an answer from their side, but Tomoki asks why Sango chose to call herself Sango. She says her real name, Mayu, is something pale that doesn't define her. It's a name her parents chose for her, carefully counting the strokes in the kanji, deciding a meaning even before she was born. The name Mayu feels too fragile. Sango, on the other hand, is a strong name that she feels defines her true self. Okay, let's put the brakes on here because there's so much to unpack in just these few lines of dialogue. First of all, let's set aside the exchange about distance. It's an important theme that defines many relationships throughout the game, but we'll dig into that in much more detail later on. Their discussion about names is what I really want to hone in on. And yeah, on the surface, this exchange is easy to grasp, the idea that names define identity. But there's so much cultural context packed into these short, super casual, unbelievably natural sounding lines of dialogue that I can almost see each of these Japanese characters about ready to burst. When Sango talks about her parents choosing a name for her, she mentions kakusu, which is the practice of counting the number of strokes in kanji for divination purposes. It's part of a naming practice called seimei handan. This practice is also popular in China and Taiwan, since China is the origin of kanji. But, for our purposes, we'll stick to the Japanese side of things. Seimei handan has an analog in the West known as onomancy, or nomancy. It became popular in the Middle Ages and is the whole reason you can look up the origin of your name and find a meaning attached to it. Anyway, counting the number of strokes that make up a kanji character is something that is still extremely common even today in Japan. There are lucky and unlucky numbers, so when choosing a name, parents will try to choose kanji for first names that, along with the kanji that make up the family name, have all the strokes add up to an auspicious number. There are other aspects to seimei handan besides kakusu, but this is a topic you could spend an entire video discussing. Sango only mentions kakusu, so we'll leave it at that. The real meat of this conversation, though, is in the meanings of Sango's two names. Her actual name, Mayu, means cocoon, a name that Sango feels doesn't define her. In her mind, a cocoon is something without color that can be easily broken. The name she's chosen for herself, Sango, means coral, something colorful and strong. The irony here, that Sango doesn't notice, is that coral are also fragile creatures. They appear colorful and strong, but they're easily damaged at the slightest touch, and can even be bleached by too much sunlight, draining them of their color. Cocoons, on the other hand, are actually pretty hardy creations that protect a fragile, changing center. As we've already seen glimpses of, Sango, despite her tough exterior, is also easily damaged. And we'll see this demonstrated over and over again as the story plays out. One last thing concerning identity, we never do find out Tomoki's real name. Tomoki is a masculine name, but this character never appears in the flesh throughout the story, and due to the text-only nature of the game, we never hear their voice. So we don't actually know if Sango is speaking to a man or a woman. I bring this up because in the strategy guide, under Sango's introduction, it says that she calls herself Sango in order to suppress her femininity. That doesn't mean she's choosing masculinity, though. Sango isn't really used as a name in Japan. Sango is just Sango, coral, which could be another reason why she chose that word to define who she is. I don't know if it really needs to be reiterated, but this whole conversation about names and the importance of their meanings ties very nicely into the rumor that we're currently investigating. Sango's long duration and long distance phone conversations, her dislike for her older sister, as well as her family in general, and her larger insecurities become the focus of the story arc in her private scenes. As for Kurumi, she lives with her mom, dad, and younger brother Koichi, whom the family calls Ko for short. Unlike Nao and Sango, Kurumi seems to live the idyllic nuclear family life. She gets along well with her younger brother. They even play video games together before dinner. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's an N64 and Mario Kart in a PlayStation game. What were the devs trying to say here? There are other playful moments, like during dinner, Kurumi says she doesn't like kabocha, Japanese pumpkin, and she and her younger brother toss pieces of it back and forth across the table before mom gets mad and tells them to stop playing with their food. She sits and reads with her father later in the evening and spends time reading in her own room, surrounded by toys and clutching a stuffed animal in a way that would seem more appropriate for a girl much younger than 14. As she reads by herself, singing a childish made-up song, the room darkens and fireflies dance around her. The scene is interrupted by her mother's call that it's time to get ready for bed. And so, Kurumi and her little brother go through their bedtime routines. Downstairs, Mom and Dad speak about Kurumi going to see someone named Takehiko on Sundays. Kurumi's mom feels bad for Ko since he's always having to give up his Sundays because of Kurumi's appointments, but her dad says he's a smart kid and understands. Kurumi's family introduction is so subtle, draped in normalcy, and seemingly without tension that it frankly comes across as shallow compared to Nao and Sango's scenes. But this is 1000% by design. If we jump ahead to Sunday, we learn that Takehiko is actually Dr. Takehiko, a psychiatrist that Kurumi is seeing. She seems to like him well enough and enjoys her sessions with him. Afterwards, Kurumi's dad speaks with Dr. Takehiko about Kurumi's condition. It's apparent from their conversation that the two know each other really well. By that I mean they may have been old school or college buddies, and at one point Takehiko refers to Kurumi's mom by her first name, Masayo. Any anime or manga fan out there will know that being on a first name basis with anyone is a sign of a very close relationship. Takehiko insists that Kurumi is a normal girl. She may be a bit quirky, but she has a firm grasp on reality, and even seems to have a healthy social life. He doesn't believe Kurumi needs to be on any sort of medication or treatment plan. Kurumi's father disagrees with Takehiko's assessment of his daughter, though. Right now, these private scenes may seem divorced from what we're actually doing in-game, but as I mentioned, Yuuyami Doori does an excellent job at weaving all of its elements together, but a bit of patience is definitely required before things start to pay off. There are layers to be peeled back here. If you couldn't already tell, Yuuyami Doori is a slow burn. Heck, with all of this character drama, you may have even forgotten that this is a horror game. Don't worry, the game hasn't. Going back to our first investigation, the next day the group returns to the bus stop, hoping to meet the old lady again and ask her if she knows anything about the location of Hanako's grave. We need to get there before 5:30. That's the time the old lady's bus comes, and if we're late, we'll miss her. Here's a little quirk of the game's design, though. There are several rumors where you'll need to be at specific places at specific times to trigger progress, but you're not meant to just go there and wait. For example, you can get to Hirumi Bridge and stand there as 5:30 comes and goes, but the old lady will never show up. You need to activate the icon that appears here. Then the kids will wait until 5:30. After which, the game will transition to a scene where the old woman arrives for you to speak with her. So while the game has an illusion of time and schedules, it's not actually being simulated. This makes sense on a technical level. This is the PlayStation after all, a console with very limited memory capacity. Few PS1 games attempted time mechanics and schedules like this, and the ones that did, like Mizurna Falls, are buggy messes. So here in Yuuyami Doori, they sidestep the technical limitations by having activation triggers. If we don't activate them in time, the characters will say they're too late and we'll have to try another day. And I mean, fair enough. It kind of confused me this first time when I was at the bus stop waiting for in-game hours for this old woman to show up and she just left me hanging. But, you know, I'm not bitter about it. When we do get her to appear, we engage in a bit of Japanese wordplay as Kurumi says, "Ohaka mi ni kita no yo." I came to see the grave. The old woman hears this as "Ohanami ni kita no yo." I came for hanami, or flower viewing. To which the old woman replies that Kurumi is much too late for flower viewing, which usually occurs in late March and early April, but the cherry blossoms were very beautiful this year. Kurumi tries to speak more clearly. No, I came to see the grave. And this time the old woman replies, the graves are on the temple grounds, and if Kurumi intends to pray, she should take along some incense to burn. This back and forth goes on for a bit, so finally, Kurumi clearly spells out she's looking for the grave of Hanako. The old woman seems to understand this time, but says Kurumi isn't looking for a grave, but a place called the Princess's Grove. Kurumi thinks the old woman still doesn't get it, but she goes on to explain there's a small road that branches off from the main one near the hospital, and that's where the Princess's Grove can be found. Still unsure of whether or not they've actually gained any useful information, but without any other leads, the trio head to the Old Town Road, which is very close to Hirumi Bridge. Now, the conversation with the old lady can actually be completed with any of the three main characters, but this next part needs to be done with Kurumi. With her as the leader, when the group passes through the intersection, the screen will fade and will enter what the game calls panorama mode. We've seen this before when we were investigating the Toritsuka in the beginning of the game. If you know anything about Yuuyami Doori, it's probably from this mode. It's one of the game's more interesting technical innovations. Here, you stand in a fixed location and look around from the character's point of view. The backgrounds are made up of pre-rendered photographs that are stitched together around the central perspective. Points of interest will glow in blue, and you can press circle to investigate them. Yuuyami Doori makes use of this mode in several rumors and other sequences throughout the game. They're used enough not to just be a throwaway thing, but never too much that the novelty wears off. Combined with the spatial audio the game employs in these moments, as well as the coloring and processing on the images, it makes them feel uncanny. They really simulate that feeling of being fixed in place out of fear. They're also used later on to simulate night terrors, which is absolutely horrifying if you're someone who's ever experienced night terrors. We're really only scratching the surface with how disturbing this game gets. Affixed to our spot in the center of this intersection of perpetual suburban twilight, we hear a playful yet unnerving melody in the background. Down one of the long, narrow streets that seem to stretch on infinitely into the distance is a young girl, drawing on the ground. If we press circle to investigate, she runs off, and we hear her laughter all around us. And turning around... Thanks, Japan, for making little girls the creepiest things ever. The way the dialogue is written here reminds me of a nursery rhyme, which I'm sure was very intentional. Ne ne shiranai ko, dochi ni ikebai ii no? Hey, hey, unknown girl, which way should I go? It loses the rhyme in English, but you can make the cadence stick. The little girl asks which way Kurumi wants to go, and Kurumi replies she doesn't know. The girl then warns if things keep going the way they are, Kurumi will die. Kurumi laughs nervously, and the little girl implores Kurumi to play with her. The unknown girl calls Kurumi Boshi no Onei-chan, the big sister with the hat. At first, the girl wants to play tag. Kurumi asks who's it, and the girl replies, Kurumi. We get a choice of whether or not to play the game. This is a trap. If we choose to play, we'll never catch her, and eventually be transported to the train station's south entrance, and the day will end. We need to choose not to play. Next, the girl will suggest they play hide and seek, and again, we need to say no. Kurumi says it's unfair because this little girl clearly knows the area and the best places to hide. The girl then asks what Kurumi wants to play, and Kurumi asks to see what the girl was drawing on the street earlier. Just some normal kids' chalk drawings. A house, a flower, a flag, a butterfly, a crow with a human face. When Kurumi asks what that is, the little girl replies simply, a crow. But Kurumi protests and says she knows what a crow is, and that ain't it. So, Kurumi draws her own crow, all the while making cawing sounds. The little girl laughs at this. She says because she had fun, she'll let Kurumi go. But she tells Kurumi to come play with her again sometime. Before she leaves, Kurumi asks the little girl her name. Kasuga. After this successful interaction with Kasuga, the four friends find themselves in an empty lot at the end of Old Town Road. It seems that neither Nao, Sango, or Meros, for that matter, experienced the scene with Kasuga. It was only Kurumi who was transported to that otherworldly intersection. They make no mention of her having disappeared either, so could it have all been in her head? Or did Kasuga make some sort of supernatural mental link with Kurumi that only took place over the course of a few seconds in reality? Something to ponder for later. Right now, the old lady makes her appearance, telling the three teenagers that this is the Princess's Grove. Sango says it looks like an abandoned parking lot to her. Here, the old lady becomes wistful and says that everyone has forgotten the story of the little girl who once protected Hirumi. You kids probably don't care about it either. Even if it's something good, nothing can remain or be held on to forever. Hold up. Look at this kanji here. It's our Ru from the old name of Hirumi City and from Kurumi's name. Keita Kimura and Mika Mishima, the writers of this story, are really nailing home the importance of this character. But it's something that could very easily be overlooked. Just like these damn youngsters and all the other people who don't notice the presence of these protector deities in Hirumi City. And this is the moment when I knew this game was going to consume my life. Let's really break down this whole town name change thing. This is actually a very common practice throughout Japan, especially during the pre- and post-war eras. Japan was industrializing, expanding, then rebuilding. District lines were redrawn or abolished, areas combined, names were changed or written differently to reflect more modern values. Sometimes certain kanji fell out of popular use, so people didn't know how to read them anymore. Some towns dropped the use of kanji altogether and instead used hiragana. This trope of changing names and meanings is actually used in Twilight Syndrome, where the town's name was written with different kanji to cover up its dark history of child sacrifice. Old Lady Bus Stop has already given us a literal reading of the town's original name in our first encounter with her. She adds a bit of a flourish to it with the phrase, "to watch the remaining light of the setting sun," which was probably the original intent the town's founders had when they named this area. A beautiful place to watch the sunset. If we drop the yu, or evening kanji, like the actual town name does, and if we erase the sentence structure, we're left with light, remain, and see. As mentioned, ryu has a meaning of both remain and hold on to. So by dropping this kanji, we're left with a place where light can be seen, but it can't remain or be held onto. A town that once had clear rivers that were visited by colorful birds, where you could drink the beauty of the setting sun. But now the rivers aren't so clean. The birds that visit are dull and colorless. The city has encroached. The old stories have been forgotten. The streets are tangled, disorienting, and full of darkness. Yuuyami Doori. Yuuyami is most easily translated to dusk or twilight, but there's a distinction. When the old woman finishes telling her tale and decides that Kurumi, Nao, and Sango probably don't care about the town's past, she says, "Sa, mou higure dakara, mina okaeri nasai." Well, it's already dusk. You all go home now. Higure also means dusk or twilight, but its kanji implies the time of day where the light still remains. On the other hand, Yuuyami uses the kanji for evening and darkness. Maybe I'm harping on this too much, but the writing in this game is too good, way too intentional, for there not to be significance to this. While the light still remains, go home. Contrast that with Kasuga's warning to Kurumi, if you remain on this path, you will die. These dark streets only lead to death. After speaking to the old lady, we can open up our notebook and converse with the group about the Hanako's grave rumor. Kurumi tells Nao and Sango about Kasuga's warning. She says she found it funny and laughed. Nao asks if that little girl really said they were going to die. He's probably thinking about his encounter with the human-faced crow and its warning. Sango comments that kids with bad mouths are increasing nowadays. It's definitely the parents' fault. Another funny thing about Sango's dialogue is she often uses phrases that make her sound like an old person. It's another strange and intentional quirk in the writing. Nao wonders about the old lady and her sudden change in disposition. She was so cheery when they met her at the bus stop, but now she seems forlorn. Again, Sango brushes it off. It's just a pain in the ass to hear old stories like that. They decide that the grave doesn't exist after all, and there's no point continuing with this investigation. But Nao does comment that this town definitely has a lot of unknown things for them to discover, so they should keep pursuing rumors. Kurumi and Sango agree, and with that, we've completed our first rumor. 1 down, 43 to go. Now, I'm not going to go through every rumor in the game, and for the ones I have chosen to talk about, I'm not going to go into as much detail as I just did for the first one. Otherwise, this video would end up being at least 15 hours long, which I'm sure some of you would appreciate. But what I'm more interested in are the larger storylines that Yuuyami Doori is telling, and the bigger themes that wrap the story and gameplay together. Diving into all of that will require going into more detail about specific rumors, but yeah, I spent so much time on this one because it introduces so many plot threads and gameplay mechanics. Speaking of gameplay mechanics, there's one really major one that I still haven't talked about yet, and that's spiritual disturbance. This doesn't start to become a thing until a few days into the game, but at night, after the characters' private scenes, we'll see them going through their nighttime routines, brushing their teeth, getting prepared for the next day, and going to bed. At first, the characters will say, "Oyasumi," turn out the lights, and we'll be given the option to save our game. Several days later, though, Kurumi, who's the first one to experience these spiritual disturbances, will have an extra scene. Late at night, while she's sleeping, we can hear a girl laughing, and this doesn't even wake Kurumi up. A few days later, though, the screen will warp and blur, and Kurumi will feel a sad presence. We get the choice of whether to let it into the room or continue sleeping. Despite our instincts telling us not to, we actually want to let the presence in. The nightlight on her dresser will flicker, and a naked figure briefly appears, standing over Kurumi's bed. After this, Nao and Sango will start experiencing strange occurrences at night. Nao will have trouble breathing, and Sango will hear her sister crying in the next room. As the game continues, other strange events start to happen. Both Nao and Sango will be awoken by the sound of something hitting their window. When they open to check, they find the decaying carcass of a dead crow. Nao will start receiving visits from a strange girl who looks oddly familiar. Later on, he'll be awakened by the doorbell ringing late at night, but his mother not noticing it for some reason. When he goes downstairs to answer the door, no one is there. Back in his bed, he'll find a clump of black hair. In another incident, he'll awaken to the sounds of footsteps running through the house, and he'll hear his mom calling for him. He follows the sounds all around the house and finally back to his bedroom, where he hears them coming from behind the door. Only to open it and find nothing there. Sango will start receiving phone calls late at night. Again, like the doorbell at Nao's house, no one else in the family seems to notice the phone ringing. At first, when she answers, it's only silence. Later on, she'll hear a woman crying on the other end. In another incident, her TV will turn on by itself, and a face will appear in the static. Sango, being ever the skeptic, believes she's suffering from bad dreams. Both Nao and Sango will then start experiencing earthquakes. Meanwhile, for Kurumi, every now and then, another figure will appear in her room, surrounding her bed while she continues to sleep. These escalating events are part of Yuuyami Doori's spiritual disturbance mechanic. Now, Sango and Kurumi are cursed after all. As the human-faced crow said, in 100 days, someone will die. Every day, the curse increases in strength by 1. At every threshold of 10, the disturbances increase in intensity. Once these special events start, they don't happen every night either, which makes that moment after the character says goodnight so suspenseful. Are we going to get to save our game or witness some haunting in the middle of the night? We also won't experience every event from every character on a single playthrough. The spiritual disturbance level is universal, but each character has their own set of events happening to them. So, for example, when we reach level 30, each character has a separate special event, but we'll only be able to see the one for the character we were controlling during that afternoon. You need to either reload your save and choose a different character, or wait until another playthrough to see the other character's special events. What happens when the spiritual disturbance level reaches 100, though? We'll witness whatever character we were controlling for that evening die. Now, you may be thinking, we have 100 days, so if we complete the game, it should never get to that point, right? Well, there are other events that increase spiritual disturbance. Sometimes these are tied to rumor investigations, so you have to do them in order to make progress. Certain choices also increase the level. For instance, that first major event with Kurumi, where you need to choose whether or not to let the presence into her room. If you choose not to, spiritual disturbance will increase by several levels. There are even certain locations around Hirumi City that have accumulated so much negative energy that just visiting them increases spiritual disturbance. And other supernatural phenomena happen that, if interacted with, will raise the level. There are ways to counteract this, though. Some rumors have different options or allow you to do things that decrease the level. There are also 2 temples in the city. If you go there and pray, you decrease the spiritual disturbance level by 1 for that day, basically canceling the increase that otherwise would have happened. Surprisingly, though, seeing one of the characters die is not a hard game over. After watching the scene, a screen telling us that our save data is cursed will appear. We're then given the option to purify it. If we choose to do so, a chant begins, and afterwards, the spiritual disturbance level will be decreased by a certain amount. So in the end, it's not really all that punishing of a gameplay mechanic. It's more about how these scenes increase in intensity and also begin to reveal more about the main character's insecurities and tie into the main plot of the game involving the crow's curse. Well, Nao and Sango's do that anyway. Kurumi's serve more of a gameplay function. Yes, she has more of a connection to the spiritual world, so of course wayward spirits would seek her for solace. But also by counting the number of spirits in her room, we can see how high the spiritual disturbance level is. 1 spirit equals 10 levels. This is useful because just like the deadlines for obtaining and solving rumors, the conditions for hearing about certain ones, and a few other mechanics in the game, the actual spiritual disturbance level is hidden from the player. This game just loves hiding information. Anyway, we'll come back to these scenes because, like I said, later on they really start tying more deeply into the characters' lives and the main plot of Yuuyami Doori. And now that spiritual disturbance has been explained, I've finally finished introducing this game to you. So, let's really dig into this thing. Several of the early rumors in Yuuyami Doori have you investigating stories such as a dead body allegedly left in an abandoned apartment, an alleged ghost haunting the large set of stairs that are near the center of town, or an antique shop that allegedly sells cursed items. The thing about a lot of these early rumors is they have plausible explanations for what's happening. Some of them are downright silly, like the dead body one. Turns out, nobody died. It's actually just a guy hiding in his ceiling from loan sharks. Kurumi, Nao, and Sango are able to gain access to the apartment by convincing a college student who lives next door that Sango's older brother is missing, and they've tracked him to this building. He allows them to use his apartment to hop across balconies, so they can enter and check out the one next door. Then they discover him hiding in the bathroom ceiling. And at first I thought, oh, so the supernatural elements are just going to be suggested, but most stuff is going to be grounded in reality. but it's much more layered than that. As our trio and Meros continue gathering rumors and investigating them, it becomes difficult to make clear-cut assessments of what they experience. Both the mundane and supernatural explanations are given equal weight, and the game begins filtering events through each character's own point of view and belief system. So you can never really be sure if a place is actually haunted or cursed, or if the stories people tell have influenced the characters' perceptions. It's like the idea of a haunted house. Is it haunted because there are otherworldly entities attached to that place by some tragic event or grudge? Or is it haunted because our minds have been preconditioned to believe it so? Those horror story tropes and images are so ingrained in our subconscious that every draft of cool air and creak and groan of old construction become the signs of otherworldly presence. I don't know. You could ask a dozen people and get a dozen different answers about this kind of thing. And those are exactly the notions Yuuyami Doori plays with in its storytelling. Something is definitely happening in Hirumi City, but whether it's supernatural, psychological, or the result of other environmental factors is left up to the player to decide. The rumors that do the best job at presenting these differing lenses through which to view events have to do with the urbanization of Hirumi, and there are a few of them throughout the game that involve the underpass on the west side of Hirumi Station. Recently, the train station underwent remodeling, and 2 underpasses allowing easier access from one side to the other were built. The east side underpass seems to be fine, but the west one is darker, dirtier, and has attracted drunks and other unsavory types. So already we've got some rational explanations for why this area is viewed more negatively. But is that all there is to it? One day at school, we learned from Shinta Segawa, one of Nao's classmates, that a young woman was killed in a traffic accident while walking through the underpass. In fact, the night before this rumor becomes available, on May 10th, we'll hear the sirens as we go to bed. Another of Nao's classmates, Keina Sanjo, a member of the girls' basketball team, says she was walking through there with one of her teammates when they heard a voice call out and felt a strange presence behind them. They both ran away screaming. Keina's heard that Nao and his friends go for walks after school to investigate weird rumors, so she's wondering if he'll check it out. When we go there, controlling Nao, Meros doesn't want to enter, so we have to tie his leash to the fence near the station exit, our first hint that something is up. Inside, Nao finds a bundle of flowers that were left in remembrance of the woman who died. Nao feels a strange presence, but Sango argues that's just because of how it looks and all the stories surrounding it. Kurumi says she just wants to go home. When Nao asks if she's feeling okay, Kurumi says that's what she heard the woman in the underpass say. So the next day we return, this time controlling Kurumi. As she ventures deeper into the underpass, she hears someone call out to her and turns around to find a woman standing behind her. The woman asks if Kurumi can help her get out of here. She's tried on her own, but she's been suffering from headaches and always passes out before she can reach the exit. Kurumi agrees to help, but after only a few paces, the woman stops and disappears. As Kurumi exits the tunnel, she hears a familiar laugh. It's the little girl from the intersection, Kasuga. She says if there's ever something Kurumi doesn't know or finds too mysterious, she can visit her for help. Come to the usual place, the place with the always setting sun. Kasuga's words here, describing the intersection where she resides as the Yūyake no Basho, reminds me of the folk song Yūyake Koyake. A staple of Japanese preschools and daycares, it's hard to imagine elements of Yuuyami Doori's plot weren't inspired by the lyrics to this nursery rhyme on some level, especially the first verse. We see the setting sun with its beautiful glow, and hear the bell of the mountain temple ringing. Let's all hold hands and go home together. Let's return home together with the crows. If you recall, the old town road where Kasuga's intersection is located is very close to the station, so we head there and are transported to that world again. Kasuga already knows about the woman who's stuck in the underpass and describes it as a place where darkness is carried and where many bad things pile up. When Kurumi asks how she can help the woman leave the tunnel, Kasuga tells her to walk together, slowly. She also warns her to be very careful of that place. After that, we're transported back to the south exit of the station. This time, when we encounter the woman in the tunnel, we need to do as Kasuga says and walk slowly. Sometimes the woman will stop, complaining of a headache. When that happens, we need to turn around and speak to her so she doesn't disappear. If we move too far away from her or don't interact with her quickly enough, she'll start to fade and disappear. It's a bit awkward at first, but when we make it out, the woman thanks Kurumi and says she's going home now. Then she vanishes. Unfortunately, this final conversation between the two of them always happens with this pillar in the way in the foreground. I tried to redo it and see if I could get some better footage, but the pillar always seems to be in the way. Bummer. After regrouping with Nao and Sango, the three discuss what happened. Kurumi tells them the woman found her way home, but Kurumi says she never wants to go back into that underpass. Nao says he feels the same. The orange lights down there make him feel weird. Sango says orange lights are less affected by vehicle exhaust and provide light for motorists and pedestrians. If they put bright fluorescence down there, it would cause even more accidents because it's distracting for drivers. Okay, Sango, geez, why don't you run for town council or something? Nao asks if Sango felt scared at all in there, but she says she was more nervous because of how slowly Kurumi was walking. She thought there was something wrong with her. Remember this detail for much, much later. We have to wait another day to finish this rumor. There are several that work this way, where we've done everything we need to do but need to wait to have a wrap-up conversation. In this case, Nao mentions that he's asked around, and since yesterday, no one has heard a ghost calling out to them in the underpass. Sango once again chalks it up to the accident getting everyone's imaginations worked up. Nao agrees there wasn't actually a ghost, but insists he got a strange feeling from the tunnel. The conversation kind of peters out, with Kurumi not offering any input, and we'll get a completion mark for this rumor. We're done with the underpass. For now. But Kasuga's warnings about it being dangerous are very real. From now on, if we walk through the west side underpass, spiritual disturbance will increase by 1. And I don't mean just 1 per day, I mean every single time we pass through it. Luckily though, we can avoid the underpass pretty easily. Also, our visit to Kasuga has decreased spiritual disturbance by 10 levels. This is only because we've succeeded in leading the woman out of there, though. If we fail to lead the ghost lady out of the tunnel, the rumor still ends, but we haven't helped her, and our spiritual disturbance only decreases by 5. Also, despite Kasuga telling Kurumi to visit any time, we can't just visit her whenever we want. There are set events where she'll call for us. I think there are only 4 rumors throughout the entire game when this happens, so visiting her is not a get out of spiritual purgatory free card or anything. Not all rumors revolve around urban myths and begrudged spirits. Some deal with less malevolent entities. There's one we can gather using Sango that comes to us courtesy of a girl in her and Kurumi's class named Mario Inagaki. Yeah, her first name is Mario. Another Nintendo reference? No, but actually, Mario is a girl's name in Japanese. I just don't know how popular it is anymore, what with the success of a certain Italian plumber. I think Nintendo might sue you nowadays if you name your child Mario too. Anyway, I'll use her last name since that's how most of the side characters are referred to in dialogue. As we walk down the hallway at school, Inagaki will call out to Sango and ask if she's seen the newest episode of Tokyo Crusaders, which is a new anime series that's just started airing for the spring season. In our first private scene with Sango, we saw her discovering the show and kind of getting into it. Inagaki is a bona fide card-carrying anime freak who desperately wants to be friends with Sango. She asks Sango which characters from Tokyo Crusaders she thinks should be shipped. By the way, did you know the term shipping actually originated from the X-Files fan forums in the mid-90s? Everyone wanted Mulder and Scully to get together, and they originally called themselves relationshippers. Over time, it was shortened to just shippers. There's another cocktail party conversation starter for you. Despite writing stories for a doujinshi magazine and being obsessed with anime and manga, Sango is a closeted nerd, and she gets annoyed with Inagaki for only talking about anime. Sango asks her if there's anything else she can talk about, and after much contemplation, Inagaki mentions a residential street near the office buildings on the south side of town where people often get lost. From the outside, it appears to be a normal-looking neighborhood, but for some reason, it has a strange aura around it. Sango wonders if Inagaki just has a bad sense of direction. When we discuss it with the group, Sango adds a bit more of a dramatic flair to the story, saying that travelers who wander there end up getting turned around and continue lost until they die. So you should never go there without holding someone's hand. Now suggests checking it out, and Sango can't help but get in one last jab. I'm not going to hold your hand. I just really like that exchange. Sango's often sarcastic, which isn't a character type you see a lot in Japanese media. There's a misconception that Japanese people don't get sarcasm, but that's not true. They get it. They just don't find it as funny as Americans or Europeans do. So having Sango be this very sardonic character with a dark sense of humor exemplifies her defiant, outsider nature. Even I was caught off guard by just how biting and macabre her dialogue can be at times. She's great. We need Kurumi to lead this one, and the group heads to the street in question. Like Inagaki said, it looks like any other residential street in town, though it is uncomfortably long. When we make it to the screen transition, we wind up back at the intersection near the start, but Nao and Sango have disappeared. Meros is still with us, though. We can walk back and forth through this street for as long as we like, but we aren't getting out of here. In fact, the first time I attempted this investigation, I couldn't figure out what to do, and time just kept passing. Even when it got dark and reached 8 p.m., the day didn't end, and I was stuck on this road. We can open the menu to skip the scene, then try again the next day, but it's incredibly unnerving being stuck here, not knowing what to do as the daylight gradually fades away. What we're meant to do is speak to the mailbox. Yeah, that's right. The mailbox tries to get our attention at one point, but I wasn't standing in the exact right spot to speak to it the first time I attempted this. That's how I found out you can just be here forever, basically. But if we're standing next to it, not in front of it, Kurumi will talk to the mailbox. It tells her in one of the yards here is a boy she should meet. He hides in an empty lot with a big tree. The mailbox feels that Kurumi and this boy will become good friends in this special place. It goes on to say that it's stood on this street for a long time and mysterious phenomena have been building up. Sounds familiar to how Casca described the underpass earlier, a place where bad things pile up. Before the mailbox says any more, it falls silent, and Kurumi wonders if it's fallen asleep. Further down the road, there's a spot where the wall is lower, and a large tree peeks out from behind it. Kurumi climbs on top of one of the dumpsters and hops over the wall. On the other side, a small shrine sits in front of the tree. It's a strange thing. There's no house here. It's just a completely walled-in, empty lot, smack in the middle of all of these houses. Kurumi senses a presence nearby. She spins around to check, but nothing is behind her. When she turns back to the tree, a young boy dressed in old-fashioned clothes and holding a fishing pole appears next to the shrine. Kurumi asks for his name, but he runs behind the tree. The mailbox told us to check behind the tree, so if we do that, we find the boy has transformed into a dove. After that, Kurumi finds herself back on the street. She laughs to herself about the bird boy and tells Meros it's time to go home, and now they're both able to leave the maze road. The next day, when the group discusses the incident, they ask where Kurumi went yesterday. You kind of have to suspend your disbelief here, because Kurumi and Meros did somehow get separated from Nao and Sango, but for some reason, Nao and Sango weren't worried that their friend and dog had disappeared, so they just went home for the evening. And I guess Kurumi returned Meros later on, and then Nao just figured, well, everything's fine. I don't know. Anyway, Kurumi wants to show them what she found in the walled-in lot, so they head back to the maze street, but the dove isn't there today, and this time we can leave without getting lost. In our follow-up discussion, in typical fashion, Sango writes the whole thing off, though Nao wonders why that small shrine sits alone in an empty lot. There's no entrance or exit to that place, so no one can visit it. Unless, of course, you climb over the wall. But Kurumi has promised to return to play hide-and-seek with the bird god who resides there. So it appears Kurumi has met another friendly entity in Hirumi City. On Friday, May 15th, 1998, even though Yuuyami Doori was released in 1999, the days and dates on the in-game calendar line up with 1998. The game was in development for 2.5 years. So anyway, May 15th, 1998, parent-teacher conferences happen at school. At dinner, after her meeting with his teacher, Nao's mom says she's relieved but also worried about him. He's a good kid, but she also has a hard time talking to him, and she never knows what he's actually thinking. We find out as the days go on that Nao attends cram school on some evenings. He's also one of the top students in his class, studying diligently and getting good grades. She wonders, though, if there's anything that he really wants to do or experience on his own. She's desperately searching for some way past the wall he's built up around himself. But Nao tells her that he doesn't want to cause any problems, that if he said what he was really thinking, she'd get mad. She assures him she wouldn't, but he says that's a lie, and in any case, there's nothing special he wants to tell her anyway. Nao's the sort of person who always wants to keep a comfortable distance from people. He wants others to like him, but he doesn't want anyone getting too close. He'll say things that he knows will placate others at the expense of his own beliefs or feelings just to avoid any trouble. At Sango's house, she gets ambushed by her father, who took a paid holiday to attend her parent-teacher conference with her mother. So now she's going to sit there and listen to what they had to hear from her teacher. Not much is really said, but it's clear Sango's academic performance is pretty poor, and her attitude is the same. For Kurumi, her teacher said she lacks focus and often loses assignments or forgets things. Later, Kurumi's mother and father argue in the kitchen about the parent-teacher conference discussion. Her father asks why she cares so much about what Kurumi's teacher said about their daughter. Teachers are just working for their pay and don't really care about their students. He compares them to the salarymen who trudge off to their mind-numbing jobs day in and day out. They don't recognize the traits that make these kids individuals. He believes a mother and father should be different, since to them a child is their most precious thing. Kurumi's mom explodes and says she doesn't understand anything about Kurumi. She asks him if he thinks Kurumi has some kind of gift, like she'll become a great artist or musician or something. She doesn't see it happening. She thinks Kurumi really has some sort of developmental disorder, but her father insists that if they think that way without considering other options, then they're no better than the careless teachers at school. Still, Kurumi's mother wants to take some kind of action. Without saying as much, she just wants Kurumi to be a normal 14-year-old girl. It looks like Kurumi's father has lost this argument, because later that night he calls up Takehiko and asks if Kurumi is eligible for acceptance, or if Takehiko is denying her. This is all rather vague right now, but we'll learn soon that there's a trial for a new medication being run by one of Takehiko's younger colleagues, Dr. Akigawa. Takehiko strongly opposes putting Kurumi on medication, but her father is firmer in his insistence that Takehiko's opinion on Kurumi is too idealistic. Our next investigation involves a strange photo of one of the buildings at Sango's apartment complex. The toilet brigades say the place where Sango lives is cursed. When discussing this rumor later, Nao tells Sango he's heard about the photo the toilet brigade were talking about and the rumors surrounding the apartments. So they decide to head over there to find out for themselves. Kurumi is just excited they're going over to Sango's place. Out front, they check out the community board and find an article with the photo in question. They take a closer look and, yeah, maybe there's something that sort of looks like a face in the sky in this photo, but it's a stretch. If we go into the apartment grounds, Kurumi stops in front of the buildings and looks up. She says someone is falling, but Nao and Sango don't see anything. With Sango as the leader, they find the building's superintendent, and she straight up asks him if there's a ghost haunting the apartments. Of course, the super is just like, what are you kids bothering me at work for? But when Kurumi speaks up and says that someone jumped from the top of one of the buildings, he gets a bit more flustered. Sango pushes him for information, and eventually he gives up the ghost. That's what I wrote in my notes about this part. I don't know, sometimes I make stupid jokes that probably only I'll find funny. Maybe that's most of my jokes. According to the super, 13 years ago, there was a string of deaths at this apartment complex. 4 people jumped from the top of the buildings on separate occasions. Just before those incidents, the Toritsuka had actually been moved to the grounds of this apartment complex. He says, from an outsider's perspective, it must have looked like the Toritsuka's curse, but the super knew all 4 of the people who died, and though he doesn't go into details, he says the fact that they chose to take their own lives didn't exactly surprise him. Sango asks if the Toritsuka the super is talking about is the same one that's now in the forest behind the junior high school. And he confirms this. The Toritsuka was once a place for divine blessings, and the old folks 13 years ago were concerned when it was decided that it would move from its original spot to the apartments. They said it would bring about a curse. The super goes on to say all those old people are either dead or in homes now, and their superstitions will die with them. Jeez. But Sango agrees and says it's surprising to her that she and the super think alike. Honestly, I'd expect nothing less from Sango. The next day, Sango is ready to put the whole thing to bed, but now wonders where the Toritsuka was originally located. Sango doesn't think that really matters, because, like the super said, the Toritsuka's curse is just a load of malarkey made up by a bunch of doddering old fogies. Her words, not mine. Still, Nao's curiosity gets the better of him, so they head back to the apartments. When they arrive, though, they can't find the super anywhere. They ask a group of old women standing around outside, and the ladies inform them the super died the night before. Nao is quite disturbed by this revelation, but Sango says it wasn't theirs or a floating ghost's or a curse's fault he died. It's just a thing that happened. He wasn't that old, though, or in particularly poor health. The women remark how he was probably only in his early 50s, practically a spring chicken considering the life expectancy in Japan, which was already in the low 80s even in the late 1990s. As they're leaving, Nao notices another sign near the community board where they found the photo of the supposed floating ghost a couple days earlier. This sign has a story about how the Toritsuka was once placed at this spot 13 years ago, in 1985, but was moved on August 14th, 1988. August 14th is also the final day of the game, 100 days after the night Nao first encountered the human-faced crow. Just throwing that out there. This sign also doesn't have any details about the original location of the Toritsuka. Upon closer inspection, Nao notices that the kanji for Tori in Toritsuka is missing part of the character. According to this sign, it's not a Toritsuka, bird monument, but a Karasutsuka, a crow monument. As per usual, Sango waves everything off as a coincidence. Outwardly, Nao agrees and suggests stopping the investigation. But inside, he thinks to himself, Sango doesn't know what she's talking about. The thing he saw that night in the forest. The voice he heard. If there's really a curse, then one of them is going to die. And he wonders how many days they have left. The next rumor comes to us courtesy of another group of students referred to as Yuasa's Brigade. At the center of this clique is Mitsuru Yuasa. He's a short, spiteful little shit who bullies some of the other students, such as Shinta Sagawa, whom we've already been briefly introduced to, as well as Kojiro Kume. We run into Kume in the hallway sometimes. Usually he has a sign on his back that says Oni, or demon, supposedly put there by Yuasa and his gang, like a kick me sign would be placed on nerds in American high schools. Kume has an obsession with the occult, which explains the sign, and we can often overhear him chanting spells or muttering about demons. When Sango or Kurumi approach him, he tells them to go away, but he'll tell now that he's trying to call for help from the other side to get revenge on Yuasa and the others. We'll come back to this much later on in the video. Anyway, Now isn't really on Yuasa's gang's radar. As I talked about before, Now tries to maintain an equilibrium with his classmates, which makes him a neutral party for the most part. Kume informs Now he overheard Yuasa and the others discussing some sort of buried treasure. In the boys' bathroom, we can find the group. Apparently, in Tsukasato Forest, there's some kind of landmark that marks the location of the treasure, but Yuasa can't quite remember what it is. He overheard it from somebody else. Was it an awning or a tower? No, it was a shelf. Okura, a shelf in the forest. Yuasa orders Now to ask around and see what he can find out about this forest shelf, but he warns him not to mention the treasure to anybody. Back in the classroom, Now speaks with Sagawa, and it turns out Yuasa is an idiot and misheard the word. It wasn't Okura, a shelf, but Hokora, a small shrine. So Now returns and tells Yuasa that he should be looking for a small shrine in the forest. This game just loves its wordplay jokes. Yuasa's pride won't let him believe he misheard what was said though. So while these dorks are off looking for a forest shelf, whatever the hell that is, Now Kurumi and Sango can go search for the small shrine in the forest. The entrance to Tsukasato is in the northeastern part of town, and the forest itself is made up of several branching trails leading to different parts of the park. There's a cave, a reservoir, a place where residents are illegally dumping garbage, and a path that goes behind the driving range at the golf center. We're heading toward the latter area to find what we're looking for. Near the fencing that's meant to keep the golf balls from flying into the forest, hidden among the trees is a small, seemingly forgotten shrine. After some urging from Sango, Now digs around the area but finds nothing. Sango blames Nao's bad luck for the fact that they couldn't find anything and suggests Kurumi give it a shot. So the next day we retrace our steps with Kurumi in the lead. As we get close to the shrine, Kurumi suddenly stops, squats on the ground and covers her head. A loud sound like rushing water can be heard briefly, but it fades into the flapping of a bird. Still closer, and Kurumi hears a man's voice saying the word kakuremuri, hidden forest, over and over. She investigates the shrine and passes through the trees to another path behind it. After only a few steps, she's transported alone to an opening in the forest with a large waterfall. She hears a disembodied voice speaking to her, saying this is a place that doesn't belong to the human world. It's one of the hidden shrines of the 7 gods. This particular one belongs to a Tengu. If you remember, the man who had originally founded the village of Hirumi transformed into a Tengu after he died. After learning this, Kurumi is transported back to Now and Sango, who, much like with her disappearance during Hanako's grave rumor, have nothing to say about her temporary absence, which could be further proof that this stuff is either happening in Kurumi's head or on some other plane of existence or reality outside of time. So Now and Sango don't notice her missing. This is in contrast to her disappearance during the Maze Road rumor, though, where she and Meadows were both spirited away, and sufficient enough time had passed for Now and Sango to notice their friend and dog had disappeared, but they just shrugged their shoulders and went home without them. I still have trouble reconciling that bit, but I guess that's my problem. On the way out of the forest, they run into a strange man who says their meeting is synchronicity, and he asks what they're doing out in this dark place full of mosquitoes. Kurumi says it's a secret, which intrigues the guy. However, Kurumi goes on to say that she's not supposed to talk to strangers, so he informs them that he owns a barber shop near the station. It's actually right next door to the used bookshop that Sango frequents, and she sort of remembers seeing a barber shop around there. Following that logic, the guy declares they're no longer strangers, so he asks again what 3 junior high school students are doing out in the forest late in the evening. Kurumi answers they're looking for treasure. Both Nao and Sango admonish Kurumi for letting their intentions slip so easily, but the man says he's heard that rumor too, but unfortunately, it's a hoax. He informs the group that he created a map leading out to this forest, drawing it in crayon to make it look like a child had made it, so that kids would think there was a treasure buried out here. He says his wife got mad at him for this little stunt. Wife. Yeah, sure. That's what I call the severed heads in my fridge, too. Anyway, Kurumi says she doesn't know what treasure the guy had in mind when he came up with his psychotic game. My words, not hers. But she did find something hidden in the forest. A waterfall. The man says he was born and raised in this town, but he's never heard of a waterfall in this forest. In fact, geographically, it's impossible for a waterfall to exist anywhere near Hirumi City. Kurumi insists that she saw one, though. So the man suggests the illusion shown to her was the true treasure of the forest. This strange, quote-unquote, barber then moves on deeper into the forest. We'll see this guy again later on in the video. When we regroup the next day to discuss, Sango is in a pissy mood because she got all scraped up and bitten by mosquitoes traipsing through the woods for nothing. And then they had to put up with that old barber guy's ramblings. She blames Nao for the whole thing. Kurumi's happy she got to see a wonderful waterfall. It's time to talk about 2 girls in Sango and Kurumi's class named Reiko Sagami and Tomomi Yoshino. These 2 can be found at the back of the classroom, often chatting to each other in what appears to be nonsense. Kurumi must speak to them over the course of several days before they'll accept her as a friend. This is the friendship mechanic I mentioned earlier. At first, they ignore her, much like everyone else, telling each other that she'll go away if they don't talk to her. After that, when Kurumi tries to interact with them, they'll turn to her and tell her to go away. Progress. You learn from listening to their conversations that their nicknames for each other are Jelly and Cookie, and Kurumi starts offering up options for her own nickname, like Koala, Cola, and Matches. I don't really follow the logic here, but eventually Kurumi lands on the nickname Pez, the candy that is, and I'm quoting the Wikipedia page here, a pressed, dry, straight-edge, curved corner block 15 millimeters, 5/8 of an inch, long, 8 millimeters, 5/16 of an inch, wide, and 5 millimeters, 3/16 of an inch, high. What kind of psycho wrote this Wikipedia entry? I bet they're a barber. Anyway, Kurumi's suggested nickname of Pez gets them to finally introduce themselves properly. Tomomi informs Kurumi that her nickname isn't Jelly, it's Jerry. Jerry! Most likely in reference to Ben and Jerry's ice cream. So I guess the key was to find another sweet to join this pair and make it a trio. So this whole thing is really silly, but we need to become friends with Jerry and Cookie because we learn several rumors from them throughout the game. The first one is actually the accident at the large stairs in town that I briefly talked about earlier, but the one we're interested in right now concerns cat fortune telling. According to them, the first breed of cat you spot during the day will tell you your fortune. Certain ones bring good fortune, others bad. However, they seem to be in disagreement about what happens when you see multiple cats at the same time. They go on to mention that many cats gather near Rinsaka Shrine, which is actually close to Kurumi's house. So Kurumi offers to go ask the cats themselves whether it's good or bad fortune to see many of them at once. Okay. When Kurumi brings up this new investigation to Nao and Sango, they have no idea what the hell she's talking about. Well, it's really more about the way she brings it up, just saying when there are many cats, is it no or happy? Sango asks Nao to translate, and even he's at a loss. Eventually, they pry out of her the idea of cat fortune-telling, which surprisingly, Sango has heard of. We're also reminded here that Meros will probably scare away any cats they get near, so we'll have to leave him behind for this one. Sorry, Meros. With Kurumi as the leader, when we head toward Rinsaka Shrine, we'll find a cat lounging on a wall. Kurumi attempts to talk to it, and it appears she can understand what it's saying, but we don't get the cat's side of the conversation. In our group discussion, Kurumi mentions a riddle the cat gave her about how to gain access to the country of cats, the entrance to which is supposedly nearby. It's not necessary for the player to decipher this riddle, as Nao and Sango work it out in conversation. It has to do with the Chinese zodiac and each of the signs representing 2-hour time periods during the day. The cat told Kurumi that cat time begins after monkey, so that means cat time begins at 5 o'clock. I never knew about the Chinese zodiac hours thing until I was trying to figure out how the hell they arrived at their cat time answer here. Neat. A little further down the road, several cats are disappearing down a narrow alley between two houses. If we enter after 5 p.m., we can follow the cats to a small torii gate and crouch through. Doing so, we're transported to a large temple ground where many cats are lounging. Hanging on a nearby board are several plaques with cats drawn on them. These wooden plaques are fairly common around shrines and temples, but, as Sango mentions, ones with cats drawn on them are rare. Actually, at Toshogu Shrine, the burial place of Ieyasu Tokugawa, the military commander who united Japan in the 1600s and became the first shogun of the country, a nemuri neko, or sleeping cat, is carved into the entrance gate of the rear shrine. You can even buy wooden plaques painted with the sleeping cat as souvenirs there. Although Sango is correct in saying cats are rare around shrines, they're not typically depicted as sacred animals in Shinto, so it's mysterious that one is carved into the entrance leading to the burial place of one of Japan's most famous and powerful historical figures. It's also a point of debate among scholars and historians as to whether the cat is actually meant to be sleeping or just resting its eyes, ready to pounce on anything that may mean harm to this sacred spot. Anyway, at the end of this shrine, they find a large, old-looking cat. Kurumi is the only one who can communicate with it, and it informs her it's one of the ancient guardians of Hirumi, using the old spelling of the town's name, of course, and that it's been around for 404 years. It calls itself Chin and declares that it is a nekomata. Nekomata are cat spirits, or yokai, that appear in Japanese folktales. They're often confused with bakeneko, to the point where, even in Japanese pop culture today, the two are seen as interchangeable. But in the original stories, bakeneko had only one tail and were seen as mischievous tricksters, compared to the multi-tailed nekomata, whose behavior was much more malevolent. Yuuyami Doori's depiction seems to be the more trickster bakeneko appearance. The nekomata asks what sort of technique Kurumi used to discover the entrance to the cat alleyway. It informs them this place is sanctified from the secular world, and they should leave quickly. When Kurumi asks why, it says not to ask. So Kurumi insists she won't leave until she gets an answer. The nekomata then begins chanting a spell to send our trio back to their world, but Kurumi interrupts, calling attention to the nekomata's bent tails. The sacred being is flabbergasted at Kurumi's insolence and begins scolding her. But she interrupts again, chanting bent tail, and cheerfully chiding it for its arrogant attitude. Kind of like how a cat owner will playfully scold their own cat when it's being stubborn. It's great. As this goes on, the nekomata starts to growl, and Sango tells Kurumi to knock it off because the cat's getting upset. Remember, Sango and Nao can't hear the nekomata's side of the conversation. It's also implied they don't even see it as a nekomata, but just an ordinary cat. The nekomata then asks Kurumi if she's really a human child. She answers simply, "Kurumi is Kurumi." If we keep bothering the nekomata, Kurumi will eventually remember why she came here in the first place and ask about cat fortune-telling. The nekomata gets offended again and casts a little spell. "No, die, go home, pooey!" And we're transported back to the street in front of Cat Alley. When discussing with the group, Sango mentions how it doesn't seem like there should be such a large temple grounds in this area. The nearby Rinsaka Shrine can actually be visited, and it's not that big. Now wonders if they really were transported to some other world. So, without having learned anything about cat fortune-telling, but having walked away meeting another of Hirumi's protectors, our investigation ends. For now, let's take a little break from rumor hunting to catch up on Kurumi, Nao, and Sango's personal lives. Nao spends his evenings attending cram school, as well as eating dinner with his mother. At one point, she brings up the fact that it's sad he and Sango are in separate classes this year. Turns out they've been in the same class ever since they started elementary school together. Nao thinks this doesn't really matter, but Nao's mom feels like there may be some significance to this that ties into his recent, more closed-off attitude. He says it's fine because he sees Sango every day after school anyway. At one point, his dad calls, but he doesn't want to talk to him this time. Nao's mom expresses her concern about Nao to his father, but Dad just writes it off as Nao entering his awkward teenage years. His nonchalance angers Nao's mom, and she accuses her husband of not caring about his family. Over at Sango's, her lengthy, long-distance phone calls to Tomoki rack up the family phone bill. She gets into an argument with her mom over the matter. Her older sister, Ai, also tries to pile on, and the two of them start arguing. This only results in Sango's mom admonishing both of them for their lack of respect. As things continue to get more heated, Sango's father finally pipes up and declares that Sango is prohibited from using the phone for 1 month. On Kurumi's end, her parents have chosen to leave Dr. Takahiko and put Kurumi in the care of his younger colleague, Dr. Akigawa. As mentioned, he has a trial drug program that Kurumi's parents ultimately decide they want her to take part in. But Takahiko is against such treatment. There's a whole senpai-kohai dynamic to Takahiko and Akigawa's relationship that gets explored as the story goes on, with Takahiko believing Akigawa has no respect for his elders. But even beyond that, the two have very opposing ideologies when it comes to psychiatry. Takahiko believes in understanding the individual patient's needs, while Akigawa relies more on research, data, and results. Kurumi starts going to see Dr. Akigawa on Sundays, a change she's not happy about. The medication she begins taking causes her to have strange dreams. She sees a circus-like world, and it basically turns her into a zombie. She's not even able to move from the couch as her mom yells at her not to sleep there, and her dad has to carry her up to her bedroom. Her parents are worried about her, but trust Akigawa's explanation that she'll need some time to adjust to the medicine. Ultimately, they feel they're doing the right thing for their daughter. As we look once more at these private scenes and the characters' personal storylines developing, I can't help but notice how each of them represent the shifting perspectives of family structure in Japan. What I mean by that is, take a look at Nao's mom. Not like that, you freak. She's practically the stereotype of a traditional Japanese housewife, ever adorned by an apron and house slippers. You've no doubt seen this fashion on any number of motherly anime characters in pick-a-name-out-of-a-hat slice-of-life series from practically any era of Japanese animation. The same character can be found in live-action dramas and movies. The crazy thing? My mother-in-law dresses exactly like this when she's doing chores around her home. And I've met several older Japanese women who, in 1998, were possibly around the age of Nao's mother who dress exactly like this while doing chores around their homes. It is the uniform of the traditional Japanese housewife. Nao's family lives in a house in the suburbs. Considering he went through elementary school in Hirumi, we can assume his parents bought the house when they were newlyweds. Their lives, rooted in the traditions of Japanese home life, have been disrupted by modern work culture. His father is constantly away because of business trips and other work-related responsibilities. And this is not such an uncommon thing. There are situations where the working parent actually rents a low-price apartment in the city because they're at the office for such long hours, while their families live in the suburbs or outside of the city completely. Like I said earlier, the office is your real home. And these types of workers only get the chance to see their families on some weekends and public holidays when they're not doing overtime. In fact, Mrs. Chill has a friend whose husband works for Sony. I don't know what he does for Sony, like what division or department he works in, but that's not the point of the story. The point is, he works very late into the night and leaves very early in the morning. They have a young daughter, maybe like 3 or 4 years old, and this little girl sees so little of her father that she thinks he lives somewhere else during the week. One day she woke up early on a weekday for some reason and caught her father in the kitchen. She was shocked to see him and asked what he was doing there. She didn't even know he lived with them during the week. I'm not making that up, that's a true story. I want to clarify, this isn't everybody. There are people with normal working hours who can live a normal life with their families. But these other cases, they're common enough where if you hear a story like the one I just told you from someone, you just kind of nod your head and go, shoganai ne. Well, can't be helped, right? Over at Kurumi's house, important to note the Shinas also live in a house, Kurumi has just moved to Hirumi City, and her family represent more modern sensibilities. It's never explicitly stated, but unlike Nao's mom, who clearly has the image of a traditional Japanese stay-at-home mom, Kurumi's mother seems like she may have a job outside the home. Which sounds weird to even say, but Japan is so rooted in traditional family and gender roles, even to this day, that just the appearance of progressiveness is a key point to take note of, especially in this story. Her dad is more of a non-traditional father as well. I don't know what his job is, but he has a beard and dresses casually. I'm only slightly exaggerating by pointing this out. Facial hair is something that's still frowned upon in some professional settings in Japan, especially traditional Japanese companies. Japanese society as a whole has a huge focus on appearance and conformity, on maintaining a well-pressed suit and clean-cut look. If you can't even take care of your appearance, how are you going to take care of business? So yeah, as odd as it sounds, the whole beard thing could be a sign that he's not a traditional Japanese salaryman. Even her parents' choice to take Kurumi to see a psychiatrist is a bold thing. Going to therapy and addressing mental health issues is still sort of taboo. I know this game came out almost 30 years ago, but the image hasn't changed much in the intervening time. Sango's family, meanwhile, are the symbol of the city's destructive effect on family life. Both her parents work late into the evening, yet they do make time to eat dinner together. Though these dinners often involve Sango and her sister just watching TV, or they devolve into full-blown family disputes. The Hirouchis also live in an apartment, and we know how Goichi Suda feels about raising a family in an apartment complex. In Moonlight Syndrome, it's such an antithesis to the morality and conventions of traditional familial structure that the kids are throwing themselves off the tops of the buildings. Yuuyami Doori doesn't go quite as over the top, but it's clear this game's writers are also hitting on that same underlying message. Apartment buildings are the source of several rumors throughout the game. I've mentioned one in passing with the dead body, and looked at another in more detail with the floating ghost. There's yet another one coming up later in the video that's even more bizarre. Aside from Sango's older brother who's gone off to college, her family is all together, but in such close proximity to each other that it creates a constant tension. This idea is hinted at in Sango's first private scene when she's speaking to Tomoki on the phone, and Tomoki says that sometimes distance is good. Physical closeness can make communication more difficult. But this breakdown of communication is seen in each of the main characters' families, and it only continues to fracture as the story progresses. As we enter June, a bunch of rumors start to become available and overlap. There's one about a vending machine that's allegedly home to a peeping old man ghost. A pachinko parlor, allegedly haunted by the spirit of its former old woman owner, is in the process of being readied for a reopening that never happens. And a rumor involving a cursed yellow umbrella that allegedly belonged to a woman who was killed on a rainy day. Whoever finds said umbrella is haunted and blamed by her ghost for her death. There are a few others too, but the next major one involves Kurumi and another student in her and Sango's class, Minami Aiba. There's talk amongst the students that Minami has some kind of chronic illness that prevents her from attending school regularly. In fact, she only appears at school on cloudy days, and all she does is stare out the classroom window. She won't talk to Sango at all. She starts out not acknowledging Kurumi either, but just like with Jerry and Cookie, Minami is another character Kurumi can build a friendship with by being persistent. Once she agrees to become friends with Kurumi, Minami will start coming to school every day, and soon after that she'll tell Kurumi she wants to meet up after school. So they agree to meet at the Inari Shrine on the outskirts of Tsukasato Forest. She also implores Kurumi to come alone. What's interesting about Kurumi's friendship mechanic, I mean, it's a very simple gameplay mechanic, but it serves a more important story and character development function. It shows that despite her parents' concern over Kurumi's development and communication skills, she's able to make friends relatively easily. I mean, she's developed closer connections with some of her classmates than Nao or Sango have. At one point, Jerry and Cookie even invite Kurumi to hang out with them after school at one of their homes. I forget if it's Jerry's or Cookie's home. But they talk about how their family is rich and they own a trampoline, and it's a lot of fun because the house is so big. Kurumi wants to take them up on their offer, but she says her after-school time is booked up by her regular dog walks with Nao and Sango. Kurumi's not the only one to reject other friendships due to this dog-walking ritual, though. Nao's closest connection at the beginning of the year is with Shinta Segawa. They sometimes reminisce about their elementary school days of playing together, and at one point Segawa invites Nao to hang out again sometime, but Nao just kind of ums and ers his way out of the conversation. As the summer wears on, Keina Sanjo, the girls' basketball team member in Nao's class, starts to pretty overtly show her interest in him. She straight up says she'd like to join on an after-school dog walk sometime. But once again, Nao does his wishy-washy, yeah, maybe sometime routine. As for Sango, she's so adamant on rejecting and shutting down the anime-obsessed Mario Inagaki at every turn. Instead of taking the hint, Inagaki gets jealous of Kurumi, whom she feels monopolizes Sango's time. She even thinks Kurumi has put some sort of alien spell on Sango. Sango's rejection of Inagaki could just be because Inagaki is frankly annoying and clingy, but it could also be attributed to Sango seeing her own passions in Inagaki and not wanting to display or embrace that side of herself. As a great man once said, some of us are so ashamed of even the most innocent aspects of who we are that eventually we run out of people to be. The point is, this after-school dog-walking ritual that Kurumi, Nao, and Sango participate in has brought them closer to each other, but has cut them off from everyone else. Is it just a weird quirk of adolescence and puberty, forming cliques and figuring out your own place in the world around you? Or could it be another part of the crow's curse? Honestly, I don't think it's a one or the other kind of thing. Like many elements in Yuuyami Doori, it's meant to be ambiguous. Despite Minami being clear that Kurumi should come to the meeting spot alone, she brings Nao, Sango, and Meros along. Minami especially doesn't like Meros being there, so we need to leave him nearby and return. But she's also kind of irked by Nao and Sango's presence too. We get the choice of whether to go off with Minami or stay with Nao and Sango. The rumor only advances if we choose to go with her, so after we agree and she suddenly disappears, Kurumi passes through the Tori gate. When she arrives on the other side, she's in a nighttime world with large stalks of pampas grass, or suzuki, as they're known in Japanese. Suzuki is a symbol of autumn, and is often associated with tsukimi, or moon viewing, as the Suzuki plumes reflect moonlight particularly well. And all of this imagery is largely associated with kitsune, or fox spirits. On the other end of this moonlit path, Minami stands before a small shrine, dressed now in a shrine maiden's outfit. Minami asks if Kurumi is able to see them, but Kurumi doesn't know what she's talking about, so Minami tells her to listen more closely. A chime sounds on the wind, and Minami tells Kurumi to look more closely. Among the pampas grass are several small, shadowy spirits that take on the shape of foxes. Kurumi excitedly returns to Minami and asks what they are. These are spirits of the fox moon, and she tells Kurumi to remember to keep this a secret. Kurumi is then returned to the spot where Nao and Sango are waiting. Minami is nowhere to be seen. When the three of them enter through the gate together, they find a normal shrine ground with several torii gates of descending height leading to a broken old shrine. In several instances, we've seen Kurumi witness something the others haven't. Even when they get the chance to follow her, like in the cat gathering rumor, there are hints they're not experiencing things the same way that Kurumi is. This isn't just confined to story-specific moments, though. I mentioned earlier that while wandering town, Meadows will stop and growl at nothing. If you're walking, you sometimes need to pull him along to get him moving again. It seems like a normal dog characteristic at first, and I was kind of impressed by it when I first started playing. But when controlling Kurumi, we can see what Meadows is barking at. What at first appear to be pieces of discarded newspaper or trash lying around twist themselves into freakish faces and fly away. There are also things that look like tumbleweeds that roll along and bear sharp teeth in a hideous grin. The first time I encountered this, I didn't know what was happening, but after controlling Kurumi some more, I put the pieces together. Kurumi and Meadows can see these little garbage yokai, that's a proper term that I made up, around town. They don't do anything, you can't interact with them, and it's such a strange detail. There's also a moment during the treasure investigation before entering the forest with Kurumi where we find a cat on the sidewalk, most likely hit by a passing car. It's already long dead, judging by the flies circling it, but Kurumi can hear its voice. It expresses regret and disappointment at having to die, or, as it puts it, shed this calico body. Mada mada, mada mada. Not yet, not yet. It turns out this cat was a mother, and she's worried about her kittens. She notices Kurumi has stopped to listen to her, and asks if her children are strong and healthy. Kurumi nods her head yes, and the cat is relieved. She says she's glad she was able to talk to Kurumi, as her spirit sheds her calico body and disappears. This moment shook me. I was like, is this part of the cat gathering rumor? Does this connect to some larger story? But no, it's just a thing that happens, and you can completely ignore it if you want. Afterwards, there's nothing left to do with the dead cat, and we just continue on with the current investigation. Kurumi has a few other moments like this throughout the story. Actually, one of the most mundane yet memorable rumors for me in the whole game is about a place where snakes gather. Now here's a large number of snakes have been spotted near the reservoir inside Tsukusato Forest. While investigating, the group finds hundreds of snake tracks on one of the paths around the reservoir. Following the tracks leads the group out of the forest to a road where they find the remains of a single snake that's been run over by a car. Despite Sango's protests that it's filthy and not to touch it, Kurumi picks up both parts of the dismembered snake corpse and crosses the road. She places it on the other side and says, "Bye-bye." There's just this great, unspoken bittersweetness to this scene. Like, Kurumi knew this snake was separated from the rest and unfortunately lost its life, so she just wanted to help it along, even in death. These moments not only show off Kurumi's connection to the spiritual world, but they demonstrate her compassion as well. I love her. One last side note as we wrap up this Fox Moon rumor. The detail of Minami's weather-dependent school attendance has to do with myths and legends about kitsune as well. Kitsune yomeiri, or fox weddings, are prescribed to phenomena that usually relate to the weather, like sun showers that leave behind rainbows or atmospheric lights that sometimes occur in fog. These are all associated with a fox wedding procession. So yeah, having this girl who has a connection to fox spirits show up to school only on cloudy days is pretty clever. I like it. We hear yet another story about the underpass near the station from another of Nao's classmates. It concerns an old homeless lady who sits there, holding a knife and eating some type of meat that she claims is human flesh. She's taken to chasing after students with her knife, threatening to douse them in soy sauce and gobble them up. If we go to the underpass with Nao or Sango, they'll confront the old woman, who will jump up to attack them, and they have to run away. But they mention a feeling as if they were stuck in place for a moment, unable to move. Sango blames this on just being surprised, but Nao says it felt like something was holding him in place. When Kurumi interacts with the old lady, we see some strange apparitions floating behind her that we couldn't see with Nao or Sango. We need to interact with each of the apparitions in turn, which causes them to disappear. After that, the old lady attacks. This actually ends the walk for the day, and we join Kurumi at home and will need to pick things up the next day. In the group discussion, Kurumi mentions being scared of that place and not wanting to go back, but at the same time feeling like she needs to go back. Huh? So this rumor was actually one that I didn't end up solving on my first playthrough. The next step isn't clear, but we're meant to visit Casca with Kurumi. Casca mentions a spirit that has come from far away and brought darkness with it. She's seen it put dark things into people, filling them up like a balloon. However, Casca informs Kurumi that she's immune to this darkness and actually has the power to dispel it. Casca has a plan, but she says Kurumi must follow it exactly for it to work. Casca attaches a silver bell to Meadows' collar, then tells Kurumi to return to the underpass. As the screen turns white, Casca implores Meadows to protect Kurumi, and we find ourselves in front of the south exit of the station again. Despite the fact that it seems like we need Meadows for this next part, he still won't enter the underpass, so we have to leave him by the station and enter on our own. When we approach the old lady again, we do the same and dispel the spirits behind her. She lunges at Kurumi, but this time, Meadows interferes and attacks the old woman. After she's knocked to the ground, a black spirit rises from her. Afterwards, Now tells us Meadows freed himself from his leash and dashed for the tunnel. When Sango asks what Kurumi was doing going back into the underpass again, Kurumi only says that she needed to get back something important to her. They both have no idea what she's talking about. The next day, Now is worried about Meadows having attacked an old lady, no matter how threatening she was. The woman hasn't been seen in the underpass, so he's worried that Meadows seriously injured her, and then something might end up happening to Meadows for attacking a person. They head to the police box near the station to ask about the old lady. Turns out somebody passing by found her lying in the underpass and called an ambulance. She was taken to a nearby hospital, but last night the police received a call that she had escaped. As they leave the police box, they spot her heading into the underpass. However, when they check inside, she's nowhere to be found. They wonder if she's moved on to another town, and our investigation ends on an ominous tone. This darkness in the West Side underpass has been the subject of 2 rumors now. There's actually a short article near the end of the strategy guide titled "The Strain of Rapidly Developing Cities" that expands on this. It introduces the concept of Yodomi, which the writer uses as the name of this force of darkness. However, Yodomi literally means stagnation or sediment, as well as hesitation or blockage. Casca has told us the underpass is a place where bad things pile up. The mailbox told us mysterious phenomena are building up. And each of these comments are directed towards man-made places, spots in the city that have been changed or redeveloped, the tangled mess of humans in this unnatural city. Back in the beginning of this video, I talked about the quaintness and quiet vibe that you get from wandering Hirumi City and taking in the sights. And all of that still holds true, but as the game wears on, and you start to investigate these darker places and learn about strange and sordid things that have happened there, it begins to warp the view of your surroundings. The more stories and secrets you uncover about Hirumi, the more unease starts to creep in. There are even places that are dangerous for you to visit. The game has this duality of being quaint and comfortable, but also slightly unnerving all at once. You start to notice an odd distance to everything. All these sounds, the field recordings the team captured, they have the essence of activity and life, but sometimes we never see the source of it. The murmur of crowds often sounds like it's too much for the scant amount of people that you can actually see on screen. The kids laughing and playing at the daycare and elementary school are forever hidden behind elusive walls and buildings. I think it also has to do with how the world is presented to us. We only ever see things from this 2D side-scrolling perspective. The screens suddenly change directions in jarring ways. Even at school, entering a classroom has us viewing the scene from the front or back of the room. We can then turn and walk along the windowed wall, but there's often incongruity. Characters who were standing around or sitting at desks in one angle aren't present in another. Maybe it's a technical limitation of the engine, or an oversight by the developers. But I feel like at times it's intentional, like they wanted to push you out of this world. There's something disjointed here. Some things are not fitting together correctly. We're not getting the whole picture. And I mean literally, we're not getting the whole picture. The bottom of the screen is taken up by a big black bar. Its function is for dialogue, but did it really need to take up so much space? Do the subtitles really need to be floating in this void? In the main characters' homes, during their private scenes, as the game calls them, our view is even further reduced, most of the time relegated to tiny boxes. The effect is more pronounced on a widescreen monitor, but even on a CRT, as the game was intended to be played on, these scenes are shrunk down. The view is always pulled back, like we're prying, peeking in on personal moments that we're not meant to be privy to. There's a repeating theme of peeping throughout the game, spying, snooping, sneaking into forbidden places. Things are watching the characters. The characters are watching other things. And we, the player, are always watching. Yet so much is hidden from us, here in the presentation, but also in the gameplay and the story too. And all those hidden mechanics dictate so much of what will be revealed to us. The repetition of these images and themes mixed with the inconsistencies in the presentation, the hidden gameplay mechanics, it all breeds a feeling of paranoia that only continues to grow the longer you play. And it is a long, slow-paced game. And that's the real horror of Yuuyami Doori. It works on your nerves over a much longer period of time than most other horror games. And it's not an overwhelming, suffocating blanket of dread that a game like Silent Hill employs so masterfully. It's a slowly lowering veil of unease that you almost don't even notice, until it's already draped itself over you. In the private scenes, Now continues cram school, though he sometimes skips it and hangs out at the arcade instead. Sango tries to write to Tomoki, since she's been grounded from using the phone, but there's too much to say. When she goes to the kitchen to beg her mom to use the phone for just one night, her mom brings up Sango's terrible test results. When her sister, Ai, tries to jump on the Sango dumping bandwagon, her mother also rips into her for not coming home in time for curfew recently. In the hallway, Ai blames Sango for their mom getting all bent out of shape at both of them, and Sango tells her sister to drop dead. Meanwhile, Kurumi hates being forced to take the medication Akigawa has prescribed and is still struggling with its effects. At night, she sits in her room as strange figures dance around her, and it looks like she's almost hyperventilating. All the while, the spiritual disturbances continue to increase. In Nao's case, he'll be awakened in the middle of the night by a presence. While staring at his bedroom door, an eye appears. The eye of the human-faced crow. The same eye he saw briefly in the sky near Sango's apartment building when they learned the Toritsuka, or bird monument, was actually a monument to crows. After that, while tossing and turning in bed, the girl that was at his window before appears in his room, accompanied by spaceship sounds. As for Sango, her sister's sobbing from the next room continues to wake her up. And at this point I started to wonder, is that really her sister crying? Or is it someone else? Later on, she awakens to a sound outside of her room, and when she goes to check, she sees another Sango at the end of the hallway who walks toward her and disappears. She wakes up in bed again. Meanwhile, more figures appear around Kurumi's bed. On the afternoon of Wednesday, June 24th, the group begins their after-school walk as normal. But after only a few steps, Kurumi spots a young girl standing on the sidewalk watching them. Nao and Sango's perspectives on this incident play out differently. With either Nao or Sango in the lead, the one who isn't walking Meros will say it looks like rain and maybe they should go home for today. As they turn around, Kurumi will double over and crouch on the sidewalk. Then stand suddenly and run away. Nao and Sango both wonder what's up with her, with Sango even cracking a joke. She must have received some strange radio signal. As they return to Nao's house, they find Kurumi collapsed on the sidewalk. She's rushed to the hospital. As she rests, the strange figures we saw earlier dance around her while her father sleeps on the couch in her room. Nao doesn't even want to tell his mother what happened, and just the overwhelming sadness of this scene hits me. I don't know. All the scenes with Nao and his mom and her efforts to communicate with him strike me as painful. Later, he talks on the phone with Sango, who tells him he shouldn't worry. Kurumi's condition turned out to be non-life-threatening. Tomorrow she'll come out of it as if nothing happened. Nao doesn't seem convinced, though. He wonders why this happened. From Sango's point of view, we only see the conversation with Nao on the phone with no change to the dialogue and no follow-up. The next day at school, the kids are spreading rumors about what happened to Kurumi. Somehow, the story has gotten twisted that Kurumi was lured to a love hotel by a group of high school boys. Inagaki runs up to Sango and tells her about this rumor and is glad that Sango wasn't caught up in Kurumi's indecency. This angers Sango, and she rips Inagaki's head off. It's pretty harsh. I've always known you were hopeless. Even your death would be worth less than nothing. You get instantly carried away by this ridiculous gossip that's all a delusion. All you can do is look down on other people and laugh. Just who the hell do you think you are? Whoa, wait a minute. Why are you taking this out on me? Don't you dare say another word about Kurumi. I'm done putting up with you being so stupid and annoying. Sorry, but these are my true feelings. This is farewell. And Inagaki understandably runs off crying. And this is pretty much the last time in the game we really see or hear from Inagaki. Meanwhile, Nao meets the rumors head-on when he's confronted by Yuasa and his group. They mock Nao for his daily walks with Kurumi and their rumor investigations, and says he's got some breaking news that just came in. Kurumi's Shina isn't a virgin. Nao's face turns red and his heart rate pulses through the controller. As they continue mocking him, Nao snaps and grabs Yuasa by the shirt. Good, I hate that little shit. However, it doesn't go so well. After school, Sango meets Nao behind the school building where he's slumped on the steps after being beat up by Yuasa's gang. He asks if Sango's heard the rumors about Kurumi. And she says it's ridiculous there were people who hated her that much to make up stories while she's in the hospital. School is bullshit. She says Kurumi is probably the most decent person here because she never lets what other people say or do shake her. She's always true to herself. Nao says Sango is like that too, which she agrees with, but we know she doesn't actually believe. She tells him not to worry about what a bunch of punk kids said, and that she'll be waiting for him by the school gates to walk home together. Back at the hospital, Dr. Takehiko visits Kurumi while she's still unconscious. Akigawa comes in and says that the treatment plan hasn't even really begun yet, and from now on things will begin to progress, which sounds downright sinister. Takehiko accuses Akigawa of being arrogant and caring more about his research than what's best for his patient, who's currently lying unconscious in a hospital bed. Kurumi does eventually regain consciousness, surrounded by her parents and Dr. Akigawa. She feels bad that she made everyone worry. Her father says Kurumi has nothing to feel sorry about. Afterwards, Kurumi's mother speaks with Dr. Akigawa, who informs her that the timing of this incident was expected. It's part of the new drug's interactions with Kurumi's body chemistry, and that this sort of thing will happen regularly for the foreseeable future. I think it's kind of a red flag when the doctor blames your body for a drug not working properly and says this will continue happening. But Kurumi's mom seems placated by the explanation and trusts Akigawa's medical advice, even though his speaking is so cold and clinical. That evening, Sango beats herself up over her conversation with Nao, asking him to walk home together. She doesn't know why she feels this way about him. Then she thinks of Kurumi, how she's cute and bubbly, totally the opposite of her. Sango admits she wishes Kurumi wasn't around. Then she thinks she's just the same as her classmates. That night, Sango dreams of school. Again, other students are talking about Kurumi, but this time, Sango was involved in whatever happened. One of the girls in the hallway says she always felt Sango was going to do something someday. When Sango asks what they're talking about, they only laugh. In the girls' bathroom, the toilet brigade are talking about it too, how angry Sango was when it happened. She runs to the classroom and we enter panorama mode. The room spins. When it finally stops, we find a bouquet of flowers placed atop one of the desks, which turns out to be Kurumi's. This is a common practice in Japan after the death of a classmate. When Sango turns to the front of the room, the blackboard, which had been blank before, now has the word murderer written on it. Sango, feeling frustrated and insolent, says Kurumi deserved to die. Everyone hated her anyway, and in the end, Kurumi caused Sango the most trouble. Now we'll never forgive her. She'll be arrested. She'll never see her room, her TV, her desk ever again. She calls out for Tomoki, somebody, anybody, to come save her. Sango's reactions throughout these events are really fascinating, because at first it seems like she's being supportive of Nao when they speak on the phone and when they talk after the fight. And it looks like she's standing up for Kurumi by telling off Inagaki, but all of these actions are rooted in selfishness. She tells Nao not to worry and makes light of Kurumi's hospitalization because she's jealous of his concern for her. She wants to be the one at the center of his attention. She's tired of Inagaki, so this is the perfect opportunity to finally cut ties with her. She thinks things would be better if Kurumi really was out of the picture. Even in her dream, her regret doesn't come from the fact that she murdered Kurumi, it's that the murder has caused her trouble. Nao won't like her anymore, and she'll never be able to go home again. At the same time, though, I think deep down she realizes her own selfishness. When she blows up at Inagaki, the things she says to her, she might as well be saying into a mirror. She's the one that gets caught up in stupid gossip and what others think. She's the one who looks down on and laughs at those around her. There's a deep self-loathing at Sango's core, and my heart breaks for her. As for Nao, that evening he returns home and his mother notices the bruise on his face. At dinner, she asks if he wants her to call the school, but he tells her the teachers won't do anything anyway. This is his problem that he needs to deal with. In his room, he thinks about how stupid it was to get into a fight, but then that what it was couldn't even be called a fight. He just got beat up. Those other guys so easily got the better of him. He couldn't even make Yuasa apologize for what he said. He couldn't do anything. In the end, Nao says he doesn't have the right to love anyone. Later that night, Nao is in the forest behind the school looking for Kurumi and heading toward the Toritsuka. At the base of the monument, Kurumi sits in her hospital gown. When Nao calls out to her, 50 days left. After this, instead of the date displayed on a chalkboard, as we've seen up until this point, a black screen will continue to count down the number of days left. This countdown will haunt the rest of the game. Once this incident ends, Kurumi returns to school and things go back to some semblance of normal. There are a few standalone rumors that are worth talking about, since they also deal with different perspectives on events and include some character development. The first concerns a story about the Jizo statue at the top of the large stairs near the center of town. It's said that when you stand facing the statue alone at sunset, you'll hear a voice call out from behind you. If you turn left to look behind you, you'll see your future self. If you turn right, you'll see the person you're meant to spend the rest of your life with. Now decides to try this out for himself, so the group heads over to the statue and leaves Now alone. Once the sun sets, we check the statue and a voice calls to us. We can choose to turn either left or right, and we can only see how one of these choices plays out on a single playthrough, unless of course we reload our save. If Now turns left, he sees an old man, but the old guy won't tell him his name. If he turns right, he sees Sango, who says she got tired of waiting for him and suggests walking home together. Obviously, Sango was waiting around nearby for just this moment. What would she have done if he had turned left? The next day, Sango decides to give it a shot. If she turns right, she sees nobody. Sad. She gets frustrated and goes home. If she turns left, though, she sees an old woman and wonders if this is her when she gets older. She asks the old lady her name, and the old woman tells Sango her name is Murase. Sango decides this whole rumor is just as ridiculous as the others. But Murase is Nao's last name, and like many places in the world, married women in Japan usually take their husband's last names. So, again, this is just a little side story, but it does have some fun twists built in. I also really like the rumors that play out in multiple ways, even if they have no significant impact on the overall story. One day at school, all of the kids are talking about Now as if he's going to die. When he speaks to Keina Sanjo in the hallway, she tells him she's sorry he's sick and that there must be some kind of medicine he can take to get better. Now has no idea what she's talking about, but she said she heard it from Yuasa and his group. When Now confronts them, Yuasa says he saw a printout in the teacher's lounge of people who have undergone testing for worms. Now's name was on the list under the positive results column. According to whatever paper Yuasa allegedly saw, Now has 3 years left to live. 3 years. I don't know. That length of time is really funny to me. I mean, sure, if I found out I had just 3 years left to live, it'd be pretty upsetting, especially if I was only like 14 years old. But I don't know. They could have just said he's going to die soon. Why so specific? Anyway, when discussing with the group, Kurumi thinks Now is pretty lucky because apparently whatever parasite he has only affects every 1 in a million people. Where is she getting her information? Sango thinks this whole thing is absolutely hilarious. After getting in a good belly laugh, she tells Kurumi not to say such things because she's hurting the boy. I love how much Sango and Kurumi are enjoying this for different reasons. Now, however, is taking this very seriously and decides to go to the hospital. When they get there, though, he hesitates because he doesn't know which department he should check in with. Sango suggests heading to the health clinic first to get checked out. Maybe he can get a referral. Sango is obviously just teasing, but they do end up going over to the health clinic. This time, Now has an existential crisis in front of the entrance. He figures he'll be put in an isolation ward and he'll just be left there to die, so the parasite will die with him. He says it's better off this way. Then he won't be a burden on anyone anymore. As Now crouches on the sidewalk, wallowing in despair, Sango yells at him to get a grip. Now says this is it. He hopes Kurumi will lead a long life and come and visit Meadows from time to time after he's gone. He tells them both not to visit him while he's in the isolation ward. He doesn't want anyone to see him waste away like that. Sango is now starting to seriously worry and suggests maybe he needs to see a mental health specialist. There's a mental hospital at the top of a hill on the east side of the station, so they head over there. The way this rumor develops is just insane. Like, the initial story the kids are telling is just like, who would believe that? But now takes it so seriously, and then they all get wrapped up in it. As they arrive at the stairs that lead to the mental hospital, an old woman comes by asking for directions to Horokuji Temple, which is over near the train station. Even as a dying man, Nao's chivalry wins the day, and he offers to show her to the temple. After walking her there, she thanks the three of them for their kindness, but before she leaves, she tells Nao that it looks like something's troubling him. The woman suggests talking to the head priest, so they head into the temple, but Sango protests and says they're better off going back to the mental hospital. Nao insists on staying, so Sango and Kurumi leave him and head home. While wandering the temple grounds looking for the head priest, Nao finds himself in the graveyard. At first, it seems he's alone. But suddenly, a man is standing behind him among the graves. He says this is part of their synchronicity. It's the same guy they met in the forest while they were searching for the treasure, that time Kurumi found the waterfall. He reminds us that he's a barber, but he also says that people call him the bug cutter. He understands Nao's issue and says he can help by releasing the bugs that are currently inside of him. This whole situation is made out to be very threatening. I mean, look at this guy, standing there grinning, his thinning hair blowing in the wind, as well as the music and the sounds of laughing children. It's creepy. You get the choice whether to believe him or not. There's really no choice though. If we don't believe him, we can't solve this rumor. He tells Nao to hold out his hand. Then he pulls out a knife and stabs at Nao's arm, but he stops before the blade touches him. He puts the knife away, and Nao asks what to do next. The self-proclaimed bug cutter says, shoot, he forgot something important. So he tells Nao to wait here and not to move until he gets back. And we really just have to stand here and wait. After some time, Nao's stomach will growl, and we get the choice of whether to wait or go home. We choose to wait. Then Nao really has to go to the bathroom, and we get the choice of whether to wait or find a toilet. We choose to wait. Nao really just can't stand it anymore, and we get the choice of whether to wait or leave. But still, we choose to wait. After about 2 minutes of this, we'll enter panorama mode. Chanting can be heard, along with a sound like the shaking of a gohei. Those are those sticks with folded paper attached to them that can be found around shrines and temples, used by priests for purification rituals. Nao can look around now, but he's still alone in the graveyard. After another minute or so, the guy actually does return. He pulls out his knife and performs the same action as before, only this time, Nao can see the parasites in his hand. The man says the ritual is finished and Nao can go home. There's no need to thank him. Then he runs off. And that's it. The next day, when we discuss with Sango and Kurumi, Sango mentions that Yuasa was mistaken about the worm test results in the teacher's lounge. It was actually Yuasa who had tested positive, so he's going to be absent from school for a while until that gets taken care of. Again, this is another rumor that doesn't have much of an impact on the overall plot, but I really wanted to talk about it for several reasons. First of all, it's just weird. I love how it spirals so quickly into absurdity. Second, I like how Sango and Kurumi kind of team up to tease Nao in the beginning. They never bond like that too much throughout the game, so it's nice to see, even if it is at Nao's expense. Third, it's kind of a turning point in Nao's perception of these rumors and the town. Strange things have happened, and he's always been more accepting of them than Sango. But from here on out, Nao starts to become almost more susceptible to the supernatural forces they encounter. This rumor is a funny, weird jumping off point for that change, but the next one isn't so easy on him. Here's another rumor concerning apartment buildings that Kurumi learns about from Jerry and Cookie. According to Jerry, a tanuki has been spotted near the abandoned Narusawa apartment complex. She wants to see it, but Cookie has heard that tanuki are omnivores that eat human flesh, so she doesn't want to go. Tanuki are, in fact, omnivores, but I don't know if there have ever been reports of them choosing humans for a snack. Kurumi offers to investigate the rumor for them. Sango doesn't know anything about tanuki, but she's heard there was a murder that took place at those apartments. But she doesn't have any more details than that, so they head there to look around. The apartments are blocked off by a large fence, and the trio are unable to find a way through. As they're leaving, Nao looks up and spots many crows perched atop the apartment building. He comments that it really does look like the kind of place a murder would have happened, probably because of the murder of crows up there. Unfortunately, that wordplay only works in English. Nice coincidence, though. When Nao looks away from the crows, he finds Sango and Kurumi gone, and a portion of the fence has been removed. He wonders if the two of them already went on ahead. Meadows refuses to go inside, so Nao ties his leash to one of the fence posts and enters the apartment grounds. The place is in ruins, and shortly after arriving, Nao finds an emaciated dog wandering around, and a makeshift sign that reads, "Welcome to our Republic." A man suddenly appears. Nao asks if he's seen two girls enter here, but the man says Nao is the only visitor today. He says he's the proprietor of these apartments and asks if Nao is interested in renting here. He tells him this is a place you can have freedom like nowhere else. He then goes on to criticize the state of Japanese politics before losing his train of thought. He says if Nao really wants to move in, he doesn't need to worry about a deposit or even rent. He can trade anything Nao has for an apartment. After Nao sheepishly says he doesn't have anything to trade, the guy mutters something about needing to prepare dinner, picks up a pipe off the ground, and walks off screen. He returns a few seconds later and tells Nao to follow him. There's a pool of blood on the ground where the emaciated dog was earlier. As we move through this section, Nao feels as though someone is watching him. He peeks into one of the empty apartments, only this one's not so empty. The man appears behind Nao again. He says he's excited to have a new roommate and find out what kind of person they are, what kind of flesh they have, if it needs to be cooked first, or if he can have it raw. But then the guy says he's just kidding and walks away again. There's a fire burning in a nearby trash can. Nao's heart is nearly pounding out of his chest. The man appears again near an old power substation, which he refers to as an angel of death, as he launches into a coughing fit. He informs Nao it was planted here by the government to infect the people who live in the apartments. The super electromagnetic waves produced by this weapon melt your brain and rot your lungs, killing you in the most painful way possible. Nao decides it's about time to get the hell out of here. Took him long enough to come to that conclusion. As Nao turns around to make his way back to the fence, the man appears again, this time with pipe in hand, and asks Nao whether he's made up his mind about living here. We need to ignore this guy. If we talk to him, the screen goes red and we don't solve this rumor. I'm pretty sure the spiritual disturbance level increases too, but I'm not 100% on that. The guy then urges Nao to answer. When Nao says he'd rather go home now, the guy tells him he's never going home. He's going to die here. At that moment, Meros attacks and now makes his escape. He runs all the way back to the street where Sango and Kurumi are waiting. The first thing Kurumi asks is if he found the tanuki. Nao says no, but it really was a murder site, just like Sango had said, and tells them the apartments have been taken over by cannibals. Sango reminds Nao that tanuki may be omnivores, but they don't eat people. Just then an old woman walks by, saying it sounds like Nao was tricked by the narusawa tanuki. In the old days, many people who wandered into the forest where the tanuki lived would fall for their tricks. But when the narusawa apartments were built, the tanuki all seem to have left. Maybe some of them are still around after all. Nao insists that what he experienced on the apartment grounds was real, but Sango says the fence is closed off. There was no way for them to enter easily. Besides, she just made up the story about the killer. And as for cannibals, I mean, come on, this is Japan in the modern era. Kurumi just feels jealous that Nao was able to meet a tanuki. And that's the end of the Narusawa apartments rumor. I mean, you could do a whole video-length critique on just this rumor if you really wanted to. I could probably do video-length critiques on every rumor in Yuuyami Doori, to be honest, but I like how this rumor plays with and melds the different stories about the Narusawa apartments. There were legends surrounding trickster tanuki in this part of the forest, and tanuki legends often depict their ability to take on human form to play tricks on people. In many of the tales, the mischievous tanuki aren't really dangerous. They do these things just because they like it. So everything Nao experienced could have been an elaborate supernatural charade, as suggested by the old woman and Kurumi. The tanuki would probably know that people are afraid of them. They would probably also know the rumors about them eating human flesh, which they could then use as part of their tricks. But then there's Sango's story about how the apartments were the location of a murder. In the end, she said she made up that story, but elements of that story make it into what Nao experienced there too. There's also some very real commentary on Japan's societal structure buried under the loony dialogue spoken by the guy at the apartments, and a desire to exist outside of that rigid framework. And it's kind of funny to think about the tanuki using those notions to enhance their deceit as well. No matter the explanation though, Nao definitely experienced something. And there's always this tug of war between what is happening and what could be happening in Yuuyami Doori. Like in this case, are we taking things at face value and believing that a bunch of cannibals live in a rundown, almost forgotten apartment complex out in the middle of the woods? It's not completely outside of the realm of reality, right? That could happen. Or are we going to believe the tanuki of legend are still out there playing tricks on people who wander into their domain? I love that the writing is so good you could make an argument for both interpretations, and they'd both be correct. Sticking with themes of abandoned real estate, the next rumor involves a redevelopment area that's behind the old pachinko parlor that never ends up reopening. We learn about this one from Kojiro Kume, the boy who's often bullied by Yuasa's group. He's heard the entire area is haunted. In the past, experiments were done there, many involving children, bodies burned in the boiler room. Kume says he can hear the demons groaning. Okay, this is the same kid who stands in the hallway chanting occult incantations to try to put a curse on Yuasa and his friends earlier in the game, by the way. Yuasa and his gang want to go check out the redevelopment area for themselves, so Kume hopes something happens to them. When Nao, Kurumi, and Sango head over there to investigate, they find Yuasa and his buddies caught by a security guard on duty. This gives our group the perfect opportunity to snoop around without being caught, so they head further in. Eventually, they arrive at the entrance to a boiler room that Kurumi decides to investigate. Inside, we enter panorama mode and begin to hear footsteps running around. A voice from behind says, "They found us." When Kurumi turns around, she spots a boy who says he's waiting for his mother. She offers to lead him out of here, but he insists he has to stay and wait for his mother to come. Kurumi leaves and tells Nao and Sango she found a young boy inside the boiler, so they decide to tell the security guard on duty. At first, the guard is too busy admonishing them for trespassing. When they mention the boy in the boiler, he thinks they're talking about an incident from 5 years earlier, where a young boy fell into the boiler and died. He tells them they need to leave, but of course they decide to check the boiler again for themselves. On our way to the boiler, we run into a woman who says she's looking for her child who ran off and got lost around here. This woman isn't looking for a boy though. She's looking for a little girl. Now tells the woman there's a security guard on duty, but for some reason this lady is adamantly against talking to him. She begs the three of them to look for her child, telling them to check the boiler while she searches some of the other buildings. It's real sus, and even now says that to her, but the woman insists it's better that these junior high school students search instead of a trained adult. Now, I thought for sure we were going to get locked in the boiler by this woman, but what actually ends up happening is even more bizarre. Now enters the boiler and does in fact find a young girl passed out inside. He helps her back outside where she regains consciousness. The woman shows up and thanks now Kurumi and Sango for finding her little girl. But when she takes a closer look at the child, she proclaims this isn't her little girl, and she runs off to continue searching. At a loss for what to do, they take the girl to the security guard, who doesn't say much of anything, and only admonishes the kids for disobeying his orders and playing around here again. I feel real weird about just leaving this girl with this so-called security guard, but there's nothing more we can do. Also, doesn't she look an awful lot like the girl Kurumi saw in her hallucination before she passed out? I don't know if they just used the same character model or what. In any case, when we discuss the rumor to wrap things up, Nao and Sango both acknowledge the ludicrous turn of events. Maybe these events are connected to what happened 5 years ago. Maybe this woman left a child in the boiler room to die and made it look like an accident, and when 3 junior high school kids showed up, she panicked. Either way, Kurumi says she's glad they were able to help the boy escape. But Sango asks Kurumi what the hell she's talking about. They saved a little girl, not a little boy. Maybe by rescuing the little girl, it also helped to put the soul of the little boy to rest? But that's the end of the redevelopment area rumor. This is another one that has no connection to the overall plot, nor does it include a whole lot of character development, but I wanted to talk about it because it's just so weird. There's no explanation for anything. Who was that lady? Was she really some sick freak who lures kids into boilers? If not, where is her child, since the little girl wasn't hers? And who is this little girl? Why doesn't she speak? Why is the security guard not concerned? Is he going to do anything? Things are left in such an unpleasant, uncertain state. I checked to see if there were other solutions or ways to go about solving this one, but there aren't any. Most rumors in this game are ultimately unresolved, but this one feels extra disturbing. The real estate, redevelopment, and urbanization hits just keep coming. This one comes to us courtesy of Keina Sanjo, the girls' basketball team member in Nao's class. During their after-school practices, the basketball team runs past a construction site in town, but recently some of the girls have been complaining about hearing a piercing sound accompanied by severe headaches as they get into the vicinity of it. The construction site is near Nao's house, so he, Kurumi, and Sango head over there after school. When they get close, Kurumi is overwhelmed by a sharp, piercing noise that only she can hear. She recovers after a few moments, and near the entrance to the site, they find an old woman talking to a guard on duty. The woman wants to go inside and pray to something called narako, but the guard says there's active construction going on and that it's too dangerous to enter. So the woman walks away defeated. She mutters to herself something like, "This is because they cut down Narako-sama." When we ask her what she's talking about, she says nobody remembers anymore. She also comments that she can't stand the sound coming from the construction site. When the group discusses this amongst themselves, Nao also mentions noticing an uncomfortable noise. Sango tries to blame it on some machine or technique the construction crew are using inside. She also mentions all the dust and other particles flying around. Maybe there's something toxic being dug up causing these reactions in some people. They decide to wait until after 6 p.m. when the construction crew leaves to sneak in and investigate the area. We need to select Kurumi as the leader for this next part, and with her we can hear the noise the others have talked about, a sharp, piercing sound. Inside the construction site, there's the stump of a large tree that's been cut down with a small shrine next to it. When Kurumi checks it out, the noise grows louder and mixes with the sound of people's voices. Eventually, everything goes quiet. The next day, they decide to speak with the old woman who's still begging the guard to let her in to pray to Narako. She tells them Narako is the name of the tree that's been cut down, one of the 7 deities that has protected Hirumi. She, of course, uses the old kanji when speaking about the town. She tells us the other gods resided at the Princess Grove, the walled-in shrine, the Toritsuka, the Inari Shrine, the Cat Alleyway, and what was the last one? She can't quite remember. Even the old folks are starting to forget the 7 gods. At this point, we've been drawn to all 7 of these places. But for what purpose? We'll find out later. The next day, they return to the construction site, but this time, there's no guard out front. The whole place is deserted, and Kurumi can't hear the piercing noise anymore. Inside, they find the old woman praying at the shrine, and Kurumi is able to see Narako in all its glory. In the discussion afterwards, Sango gives the reasonable explanation that the construction work has probably been put on hold due to the recession, and now that the construction has stopped, the sound has disappeared. As is typical for now, he sort of agrees, but still wonders whether there's something more to it than that. Kurumi just says the tree was big and she hopes they'll be able to see it again someday. The most important thing we've learned from this rumor, though, is the existence of Hirumi's 7 deities. It's something that's already been hinted at throughout the game, and I've already talked about the bit in the back of the strategy guide that confirms it. But this is the first time in-game that we're told about the 7 deities and how all of these sacred places are connected. There's still the mystery of the Toritsuka, though. Where is its original spot? And if it's been corrupted due to its relocation, how do we correct it and break its curse? Checking in on our main character's home lives again now has this little moment that I just couldn't get out of my head. Just another really mundane thing that stuck with me and became one of the scenes I keep thinking about long after the game has ended. He comes home one evening and his mom tells him it's almost time for cram school, but then she notices a loose button on his shirt. As she reaches out to check it, he recoils and says he's fine, then leaves. It's such a small thing, it's almost throwaway, but understatement is what Yuuyami Doori does best. It's so good at doing almost nothing, but making me feel like I've been drop-kicked in the chest. After his lessons, Now goes to the used bookstore and actually sees Sango browsing inside. Instead of saying hi, he ducks into the next aisle and hides in the back. He actually squats down on the ground, hoping not to be seen, but the owner yells at him for acting like a weirdo and he rushes out. I don't know how many people understand that feeling of being frozen by so simple a social gesture as greeting a friend, because you weren't mentally or emotionally prepared for it. But man, this scene just hits hard. I don't think I've ever actually been in a situation where I've actively avoided a friend in a public space like this, but I kinda get it. Yuuyami Doori has so many of these little, real moments displaying Nao's awkwardness and anxiety. Like at school, if you try to talk to Nao with Sango or Kurumi, he gets all flustered and says to wait until after school because other people are watching. Even if you control Nao and talk to the girls, if they bring up something about taking walks together, he kind of shushes them. Actual psychiatrists would have a field day with these characters. But going back to this scene, in Nao's case, he knows Sango frequents this bookshop. There's a rumor early on where we visit this bookstore. Did he really not expect her to be here? Maybe he was searching for some kind of connection, but when confronted with the possibility of it, he had to shy away. On Sango's end, she's still toiling away on her manuscript. She's allowed to use the phone again, but her dad is keeping tabs on her talking time. Kurumi sits dazed in her room at night, watching floating lights dance around her. Her mom enters and says she's been calling for her, but when Kurumi mentions the lights, her mom gets angry and tells her to stop acting this way. Kurumi wonders why her mother was so mad, and whether her mom and dad hate her. She wonders if everyone hates her. Downstairs, Kurumi's parents argue over whether the medication is really helping her. Kurumi's dad, frustrated, asks his wife why she keeps turning to him for answers. He doesn't know what's right or wrong anymore, and is just as worried about Kurumi as she is. The spiritual disturbances are also getting worse. Now starts to experience night terrors that we get to experience vicariously through him. Yay! He wakes up, or rather regains some level of consciousness, and we can attempt to look around the room, but the view keeps snapping back to center, with now complaining he can't move. If we try to turn toward the door, a figure phases through the wall and approaches. Our choices are to keep our eyes closed and hold our breath, or scream. You can continue to try to have Now hold his breath, but the only way out of this is to scream. Now cries out for his mother, and she comes running, asking what's wrong. Though he tries to shut her out, in these moments of terror, she's the one he calls for. As the spiritual disturbance level continues to rise, Now tosses and turns in bed as the figure of the girl appears in his room. She runs and fades away. Only the sounds of her footsteps remain. Now wakes up and vomits in the bathroom sink. And only after this do the nightmares begin. The nightmares are still images of things we've seen before. A dead crow, black hair in Now's bed, the empty doorway from his house, an eye watching through a cracked wall. But there are some things we haven't seen yet. A set of stairs leading down into darkness, a building somewhere in town, a figurine that's been knocked over, and a girl who looks like Kurumi standing in a forest. For Sango, she still hears her sister's strained crying in the next room. Another noise from the hallway causes her to go out and check. She finds the other Sango there again, but when we choose to take a closer look, the girl disappears, and Sango is surrounded by groups of other girls on all sides. Again, she wakes up in her bed, thinking it was all a dream. Meanwhile, more figures appear around Kurumi's bed. On the afternoon of Saturday, July 18th, Kurumi collapses and is hospitalized again. When selecting Kurumi's point of view for the first time, we see Dr. Takehiko and Akigawa inside Takehiko's office. Akigawa is pulling all of Kurumi's charts, which Takehiko likens to having his house searched by the police. They once again argue over their differing approaches to patient care and treatment. But Akigawa reminds Takehiko that Kurumi's parents chose this option after they lost faith in Takehiko's ability to help their daughter. From this conversation, I don't think Akigawa is acting maliciously. He's arrogant and does utter some villain-esque lines, especially the first time Kurumi collapsed when he talked about his treatment plan not even having begun yet. But I think he really believes he's doing the right thing. He definitely does not have his patient's best care in mind, and is absolutely more concerned with the data he gets for his clinical trial, but as he says, he's following Kurumi's parents' wishes. Though on the other side of that coin, we know from Kurumi's previous private scene that her parents don't really know what they're doing. So there's a real lack of communication and transparency on both sides, and the one suffering the most is Kurumi. Now calls up Sango that evening and asks her if she remembers the crow's curse. This only angers her, and she threatens to hang up on him. Now asks her why she's been so irritable and aloof recently. He says it's not like her. She tells him to just hurry up and get to the point of why he called. So he asks her to go visit Kurumi in the hospital with him the next day. We don't get to hear her answer. Later that night, Nao is in the bathroom and hears his father calling him. He's home from his business trip, but only for 2 days. He suggests the three go out to dinner tomorrow night. It's interesting Nao's dad has suddenly come home, but we still don't get to see him. He's only a voice outside the bathroom door, or some lines of text meant to represent a voice outside the bathroom door. You know what I mean. From Sango's perspective, we see the phone call with Nao, and hear that she's reluctantly agreed to meet him tomorrow afternoon to visit Kurumi. After she hangs up, she says, "If you like her so much, why don't you go alone?" The next day at the hospital, Kurumi is still unconscious, so her perspective only shows Nao and Sango waiting in her room. When we choose Nao, we see him arrive with Sango, where they introduce themselves to Kurumi's mother. It's a bit of an awkward moment, but Kurumi's mother runs off to get some drinks from the cafeteria. After she leaves, Sango asks Nao what he intends to do here. When he says just wait, Sango says that she'll head home then, but she doesn't end up leaving. The two of them wait on the couch in the hospital room. Sango complains about being hungry, and Nao tells her it's fine if she wants to go. She eventually gets up and says she needs to use the bathroom instead. After she leaves the room, Nao starts talking to himself, saying that after Kurumi wakes up, they'll all have a good laugh about all this. Then I'll talk to her about summer vacation and festivals we can go to. And all those things I couldn't say at the beginning of the school year. From Sango's point of view, Nao is the one who gets up to use the bathroom. Perhaps this is sometime later or earlier than Nao's scene. When she's alone with Kurumi, she says that incidents like this often bring two people closer together, like a bad manga. She knows Nao's intentions, coming here, making some grand romantic gesture. She thinks he's a fool. Then the self-loathing catches up to her. I'm the worst. Finally, in the evening, Kurumi regains consciousness. Her mother, father, and Dr. Akigawa are there, along with Nao and Sango. After she sits up, she begins to cry. She feels bad for giving everyone such sad and worried faces. When Sango returns home, she sits at her desk, trying to write, but gets distracted, wondering if Nao would be as concerned about her if she had collapsed and was in the hospital. She figures probably not. Kurumi is much cuter after all. As Sango leans back in her chair, a shadowy figure rises and sits up at the desk. Why not just act more girly then? But Sango counters, why should I have to do such a thing? I'm not afraid to change, but I decide who I am. However, the fact remains that Nao doesn't see her. She tells herself not to think about it and to focus on the manuscript. She needs to finish it in time for the summer comic convention. She made a promise, and she doesn't want Tomoki to throw her away too. We also see Nao return home, having missed dinner with his parents. Nao apologizes, but his mom only lets him know that she and his father already ate, so she can heat up Nao's plate if he wants. And that's it. This game really knows how to pull you aside, put its arm around your shoulder, and punch you right in the gut. After Kurumi recovers, summer vacation has already started, but because this is Japan, the kids still have to go to school. The girls spend their days poolside, taking swimming lessons, while Nao practices with the school band. I feel bad for the teachers. They never get any time off. In the afternoons, the chirping of cicada can be heard, another blanket of sound added to the noise of the streets. Aside from being at the pool or music room instead of the classrooms, the school day gameplay still works exactly the same. The different scenery helps change things up, though. At the pool, we learn about a killer clown terrorizing Hirumi City, according to the latest rumor anyway. The girls' toilet brigade, who now hang out in the girls' changing room, gossip about a woman who encountered this mysterious jester one night. But she was saved by the fact that she just so happened to have a raw carrot in her bag. Apparently, the carotene-packed vegetable acts as kryptonite to the homicidal Harlequin. Jerry and Cookie confirm this aspect of the story. They're both carrying raw carrots in their bags for protection. They warn Kurumi the clown is allegedly hiding out in a basement room that's accessible due to construction that's been halted near the mental hospital. The same hospital that Now was about to visit when he believed he was infected with parasites, before the woman came by asking for directions to the temple. And it seems we have yet another construction site to look into. The trio visit the hospital, armed with raw carrots for protection. It sits on a hill at the top of a long set of stairs. Doesn't seem like the most accessible place to build a hospital. Maybe that's why there was construction going on. Maybe they were planning to build more access roads. Gee, maybe I should join Sango on the town council. The doctor up here will say something about dogs not being allowed, but we can just ignore him and head right into the construction area while he just stands there and watches us. Weird. I think this event occurs as a way to tell you that you can go further into the area here, because there's no other indicator for it. An old wing of the hospital once stood back here, but it's been demolished to make room for a new facility. They ran out of funding before they could completely finish the demolition though, so this area is in a state of limbo. This is what's happened to every construction or redevelopment project in town. And even when they manage to finish stuff, like the train station, doesn't turn out well. Abandoned construction vehicles and an entrance to a basement room still stand on the half-bulldozed lot. As the three gaze at the open stairway leading down into darkness, you may get a sense of déjà vu at this image. They leave Meadows outside as a lookout and descend to find a room that looks almost like a prison cell. Scattered on the floor at the far end are some figurines. One is of a clown, another familiar image. Before long, Meadows' barking can be heard outside. The three emerge from the darkness and find the doctor from earlier standing by the entrance. But when he sees Kurumi, he freezes. She thinks the doctor is really mad, but he says he's not, it's just dangerous, so they shouldn't be playing around here. He then asks Kurumi her name, and whether she has an older sister. When she answers no, he's left flustered. Kurumi asks if there's anything wrong, but he says no, and that they should go home now. As they leave, Sango comments that the doctor is still watching Kurumi. She's convinced he is the killer clown and wants to go back to the basement to find some evidence they can show to the police, but now tells her to slow her roll. If the doctor really was the killer, and there was some evidence they could find down in that basement room, why did he just let them leave? Why didn't he try to lock them in there or something? So they decide to go back to the hospital and ask the doctor directly about the killer clown rumor. Of course, he has no idea what they're talking about. A likely story. Before they leave, Sango suggests Now speak with the doctor alone. So she and Kurumi take Meadows and hide. To Nao's surprise, the doctor says that he actually does have something he wants to talk to Now about. So Now follows him back to the basement room. He tells Now to head on down. How about no? But there's really no choice in the matter. We have to do as he says to advance things. While he's down there, Now wonders if he's going to be locked in. There's nothing to do or inspect here, so we turn around and go back outside. I'm not sure why the doctor had Now do that, but when we return, he says he just wanted Now to understand more about Kurumi Shina. Now asks what Kurumi has to do with any of this, and the doctor reveals that he killed her. What? So, turns out, 13 years ago, a girl, the same age and fitting Kurumi's description, was a patient of his at this hospital when the old building was still standing. She suffered from schizophrenic hallucinations, and while she was here, kept a collection of figurines that seemed to help calm her. One of those figurines was a clown, which was her favorite. The clown figurine had a wind-up music box packed inside it, but the mechanism was broken, so it only played out a strange, discomforting melody that the girl would hum along with. She did this constantly, day and night. It became like a form of music torture for the other patients. Even the staff and the doctor himself were becoming more and more disturbed. It felt like the girl's own madness was being spread throughout the hospital by that discordant song. So the doctor decided to move her to the basement room. There, she could continue to play her music since it appeared to comfort her, and everyone else could get some peace. However, one night, she escaped from the basement and fled into the forest behind the hospital. We can actually see the bent bars on the basement window, which is a nice little detail. The hospital staff quickly learned of the escape, and a search party was formed, but the girl eluded them for 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, they found her body at the bottom of a well. Weeds had overgrown and obscured it, and it was left uncovered out in the middle of the forest. The girl must have tripped and fallen in. The doctor reveals the most disturbing thing was the smile on the girl's face as she lay at the bottom of that well, and her eyes, which were still wide open. Eyes that seemed filled with hatred and determined to swallow everything. For 13 years, he'd been trying to forget that incident. He still blames himself for what happened, since he was the one who decided to place her in the basement room in the first place. But when he saw Kurumi the day before, he was shocked. It's not that Kurumi just bears a passing resemblance to the girl from 13 years ago. She looks exactly like her. The eyes are different, but her face, the way she moves, and her voice. This is where the doctor completely loses it, telling now that he's dragged a curse out of the darkness of that basement room. The doctor says if now is the time for his punishment, then he'll accept being swallowed by those hateful eyes. And now and the others are just like, okay. And that's it. The doctor won't speak anymore, so all we can do is leave, as Kurumi continues to hum. A song that's not at all discordant, by the way. I'll save my commentary on that for just a moment. The last thing to do with this rumor is return to the hospital the next day, where they find the doctor standing around watering flowers and having turned into a babbling fool. Yet, I guess he's still allowed to be a doctor here, even though he's been driven completely insane. This doctor bit is the only part of the story I don't like. The reveal that Kurumi looks just like this patient who died 13 years ago and the doctor blaming himself for her death, yeah, I'm on board. Even the whole thing where he thinks the girl's eyes were full of hatred and looking to swallow everything. A bit dramatic, but it could be a warped product of his guilt after so many years of living with this and trying to repress it. His instant leap to Crazyland, though, with his wild accusations and delirious state at the end, is a bit much. But I try to put myself in that doctor's shoes, being racked by guilt over the escape and death of a former patient, and then meeting a girl who looks just like her, humming the same song this long-dead girl used to hum. It's very Edgar Allan Poe. They could have done a better job making that song sound creepier, though. Kurumi's gentle humming doesn't fit what was described at all. But then again, maybe that was the point. Maybe the song wasn't actually discordant, and the effects it had on everyone after having to constantly listen to it warped his memory, turning an innocent nursery rhyme-like melody into a dissonant foreboding. I don't know. Still, I feel like the Doctor's arc here was a bit too heavy-handed for a story that's had a more careful touch with most things up to this point. But this rumor is another great example of just how twisted the details get. Like, there's a clown figurine, a girl who escaped from a mental hospital and died, a guilt-ridden doctor who feels responsible, like he was her killer. And all of these particulars morphed into a tale about a killer clown who escaped from the circus, who hates carrots. I don't know what's up with that last part. Maybe it's a reference to something. No idea. But it's another play on Yuuyami Doori's obsession with fractured communication. These specifics that pass in a telephone game-like fashion. Third, fourth, fifth hand, until the truth is unrecognizable. I know it seems like the various plot threads are finally starting to tie together, and we are heading into the home stretch here, but there are a couple rumors that offer a lot of character development and wrap up some other lingering storylines that I think are important to examine before we go full tilt toward the ending of this story. We learn about a fortune-telling game called Rasen-sama, or The Spiral, from the girls in the changing room near the pool. There's a guardian spirit in the school known as the Spiral. If you sit in a classroom and use a special summoning chant, it can grant wishes. However, if even one person who participates in the game doesn't believe in the power of the spiral, it won't work. Kurumi wants to try, but Sango isn't interested at all, so she tells Kurumi and Nao to try it by themselves. They decide to play, but they need to sneak into one of the classrooms, since it's summer break and they're not supposed to be just wandering around the school. Even though Sango's not interested, she still follows Kurumi and Nao. Somehow they get separated on the way from the entrance gate to the school building, and Nao and Kurumi meet in the boys' bathroom for some reason. Anyway, when they notice that Sango isn't with them, they decide it's for the best since she didn't believe in the spiral anyway. They head to the classroom and sit across from each other, both taking hold of a pencil poised above a piece of paper where they've drawn the game board. They're supposed to each be taking turns making wishes, but Kurumi keeps stealing Nao's turn, and she refuses to reveal what she's wishing for. At one point, Nao asks if Kurumi heard a voice from the hallway, but Kurumi says she didn't notice anything. They continue on, and as the sun starts to set, Nao begins to worry that a teacher will catch them, so they decide to make one final wish. Nao wants to get at least one in, but Kurumi is still adamant on making her own wishes, so Nao persuades her to wish together so that Kurumi's wish will definitely come true, which she agrees to. As they walk toward the school entrance, Nao suggests they keep today a secret from Sango. Kurumi's fine with that because she loves secrets. But what happened to Sango anyway? Well, if we choose her as the lead character in the afternoon, we find that she ends up entering the school alone somehow. Nao and Kurumi are already in the classroom playing the spiral game, so Sango watches them from the doorway. During this time, she has to keep her fellow classmates from entering the room and screwing up Nao and Kurumi's private moment. Man, I thought these kids weren't allowed to be wandering the school during summer break. They just keep coming. This eventually leads to Keina Sanjo getting the better of Sango and taking a peek inside. At first, they joke about Nao's boldness, but then Keina mentions that he and Kurumi look like they've grown close. Keina wants to open the door on them, but Sango stops her. Keina says, "Isn't this too frustrating to watch, though?" They fight over whether they should open the door or not for a bit, but then notice that Kurumi and Nao are getting ready to leave, so they rush to the girls' bathroom. Inside, Keina says now she understands why Sango goes on those walks in the afternoon. She knows how Sango feels, and the two of them come to a sort of mutual commiseration with each other. Without ever saying anything specific, they both understand they've lost their fight for Nao's affection. Sango's defeatist attitude has been brewing for a while now. At home, she often gets distracted thinking about Kurumi and Nao while she's supposed to be trying to finish her manuscript for the summer comic convention. She tries to go to sleep and is woken up by her sister's crying. This is when Sango confronts her sister about the noise, saying her eyes are sunken and she looks like a ghoul. But Ai just brushes it off and says Sango should try looking in a mirror. So yeah, we don't ever get any real closure on the whole crying thing. Is that actually Sango's sister crying at night or not? Is it Sango's other self crying? That's up to you to decide. Eventually, Sango calls Tomoki to say she's not going to be able to finish the manuscript on time, but Tomoki tells her not to beat herself up over it. Still, she can't help but feel that she's let Tomoki down. She stays up later and later, not really sleeping, getting yelled at by her mother for being awake with the TV on in the middle of the night. She spends her Sundays sitting in the corner of the room or lying in bed, kicking her bookshelf in frustration. She wishes for someone to take her away from this place. At night, in her dreams, if that's what they are, she continues to hear crying from the hallway, tries to make a phone call, and hears crying on the other end of the line. When she turns to go back to her room, she finds another Sango standing behind her. She stops sleeping altogether and sits at her desk saying, "I want to die." One night, she wakes up at her desk and is shocked to find that she's written what appears to be a suicide note. It's telling that often people who have deep depression and suicidal thoughts describe it as feeling like they have another person inside of them. Nao isn't doing any better. His father has gone back to work on an extended business trip, and his days return to normal with his mother. He continues to have night terrors. During one, many figures surround him in his room, along with Kurumi, as a noose appears before him. His vomiting in the bathroom sink seems to be getting worse. Eventually, he stops sleeping too and only sits up in bed, begging the crow with the human face to forgive them all, saying he doesn't want to die. Kurumi still struggles with her medication, which her parents are adamant about keeping her on, and, say it with me now, more figures appear around her bed. To wrap up these spiritual disturbances, when the level reaches 100, we'll see a special cutscene of that character's death. For now, we see him sitting up in bed saying over and over, 13 years ago, 13 years ago, Kurumi, Kurumi, Kurumi. He then wakes up in a hospital room that looks like the one Kurumi keeps being taken to after she collapses. The room is empty, and after looking around, now sits up and hears a crow singing. A crow with a human face. For Sango, she's disturbed in the middle of the night once again by the sound of crying. She goes downstairs for a snack but finds nothing in the fridge, so she decides to take a walk to the convenience store. But she doesn't go in. She continues on and walks to the entrance of the forest where the Toritsuka stands. It looks as though she's going to enter, but then there's the sound of an oncoming car. As for Kurumi, it's implied that she drowned in the school pool. Although, of course, there's a rumor attached that many hands had come out of the drain at the bottom of the pool and dragged her under. Aside from nows, which actually ties in with the whole curse, these endings are really a letdown. After all this building up of these spiritual disturbances and nightmare sequences, I was hoping for something more, I don't know, just more. Sango's seems like it's leading somewhere interesting, but gets cut short with the car accident, and Kurumi's just comes out of nowhere. Like, maybe if there was some kind of mention that she had a fear of the pool or something, this would make more sense, but there's nothing like that. I was hoping there'd be some payoff to these spirits gathering in her room. I guess the human-faced crow did only say someone would die in 100 days. Didn't say it was going to be a big spectacle. As I mentioned near the beginning, these bad endings are pretty inconsequential thanks to the fact that you can purify your save file. And if you balance things right during a playthrough, you might not ever see the later stages of the curse. I do think the progression of these events are interesting though. Sango's provide a deconstruction of her character, a strange, twisted look at her own issues with self-confidence and self-worth, while Now's hew closer to giving hints and foreshadowing about the main plot. Kurumi's are more mechanically focused, the main function being to keep track of the spiritual disturbance level, but it also gives insight to her more spiritually connected nature. She lets the spirits into her room, providing shelter to these lost souls, just as she acts as a guide and helper to certain spirits during the rumors. All in all, the spiritual disturbances are an interesting narrative and gameplay mechanic that kind of falls short at the end. One of the final rumors in the game wraps up the goings-on in the underpass on the west side of the station. This place has been haunting us the whole game. 11 deaths have happened here over the last year, either in the underpass or on the station platform above, and the spirits of those victims are said to be calling out for even more deaths. Now and Sango get into an argument about how long the underpass actually is. Sango says it can't be any more than 30 meters from end to end. Now believes it's much longer than that, and Kurumi pipes up and says it's much, much longer and darker. Sango shoots back that it only feels that way because Kurumi is always walking around with her head in the clouds. For this rumor, we need to walk from one end of the underpass to the other with all three of our main characters separately. And this is when I noticed the underpass changes depending on which character is being controlled. I've hinted at this in earlier rumors when we've had to investigate this place, but actually walking through it in succession with each character during this shin-oji line curse rumor is what made me realize what was happening here. When we walk through with Sango, it's actually a pretty short jaunt. the same as the normal underpass on the east side of the station. And it's fairly bright because, like she said, it's only about 30 meters from end to end. When we walk through with Now, though, it's slightly darker and the walk is longer. Now's heartbeat also comes up. But it's not such a stark contrast that you'd notice the difference unless you were paying close attention. With Kurumi, though, the screen is almost pitch black. As she moves further into the underpass, it gets so dark that she pulls out a flashlight, and it takes an uncomfortably long time to get to the other end. These details remain the same throughout the entire game, but because there are only a couple of times when we actually enter the underpass, and because each of those moments has to do with specific rumors, I never noticed. I just thought it was super dark for Kurumi because of whatever event was taking place there. A spirit needing to be guided out, or an old lady consumed by darkness that needed to be exorcised. On top of that, the spiritual disturbance level increases when we walk through here. We were warned, in almost the very beginning of the game, to avoid this place. The devs knew most players would be doing that, and designed this rumor to appear at the end of the game to give you this carefully constructed reveal. Of course, you could stumble onto it on your own, but the game does everything it can to shoo the player away from this area for story and gameplay reasons. It's such good design. Anyway, Now and Sango decide to check the underpass themselves, walking from the north side of the station to the south, to see if they find any evidence of the 11 spirits people are talking about. Kurumi says there's no way she's going in there. Now goes first, while Kurumi and Sango go around the station to the opposite side to wait. While walking through, Now thinks he feels a presence of some kind behind him. When he turns around, we enter panorama mode, but no one appears to be there. Then we hear the same labored breathing from the nighttime during his spiritual disturbance scenes. Now dashes out of the tunnel, not even waiting for Sango and Kurumi to follow him once he gets to the other side. He insists something is in there, and whoever or whatever it is wanted to kill him. Now gets upset when Sango expresses her doubt, so she offers to walk through next. Kurumi stays silent. The next day, Sango walks through the underpass, while Kurumi and Now wait on the other side. As she passes through, she stops to inspect some stickers on the wall. She doesn't go into specifics, but judging by her reaction, there's some form of lewd images. Sango gets angry that these are just stuck here on a public road for any child to pass by and see, and says adults are despicable. A passing salaryman apparently overhears her and says she's acting pretty high and mighty for a brat. Sango yells after him, telling him to say that to her face and asking what kind of adult he is. But he's gone, and Now and Kurumi are waiting for her. Now asks how it was for Sango, and she says this whole 11 ghosts story is bullshit. The area is just a shithole that attracts the worst of the worst. That's why it has such a reputation and everyone feels gross walking through it. Now sort of laughs at this, wondering what happened to make her so upset, but Sango says she's not joking and that she's done investigating this stupid rumor. Through it all, Kurumi remains silent. The next day, Sango and Now continue to argue about the underpass. He insists something strange is in there, but Sango says he's just a gullible coward who will believe anything. The two continue arguing, much more viciously than usual. Finally, Kurumi breaks her silence and says she'll walk through the underpass. She tells them she needs to get back what Now and Sango lost when they entered there. They don't really know what she's talking about. Before Kurumi enters, though, she hears Casca's voice once again warning her of the dangers of this place. So we go to visit Casca. She knows of the darkness below the tunnel and the things it stole from Now and Sango. We've already learned Kurumi has the power to dispel this darkness, but Casca says that in gaining back what it took from Now and Sango, something else will be lost. We're transported to the south exit of the station. The trio walks around to the north side and Kurumi enters the underpass again. As she pulls out her flashlight, her younger brother appears and tells her he hates her. This dark illusion of her younger brother continues to taunt her, telling her his life would be better if she just died. But Kurumi's only response is, "Give it back." The illusion runs away, and Kurumi continues through the underpass. Standing further inside are her parents, who ask her where she thinks she's going. They call her a liar and a useless child that they don't need. They tell her they don't want her in their home anymore, and she should just go away. Kurumi continues to shout, "Give it back." Her parents disappear, and as Kurumi continues, she sees the 11 spirits walking with their heads bowed. She enters panorama mode afterwards, and on the ceiling she spots what appears to be a face. She demands that it return what it took from Nao and Sango, but the face only screams back at her as a train passes by overhead. From behind her, these spirits, taking the form of her younger brother again, say they'll return what they took, but as payment, they'll take something else. Up above, a train announcement informs there's been another death on the tracks. Nao and Sango meet Kurumi. They're no longer at each other's throats and seem to have returned to normal. Kurumi tells them about the face she saw and how she was able to get back what it stole from them. Sango then leads the way back into the underpass one last time, but when she looks at the ceiling, in the spot where Kurumi confronted the face, there's nothing there. One thing I never checked is whether or not the underpass still increases spiritual disturbance after this rumor is completed. But since there was a death on the tracks even after Kurumi confronted the dark presence there, I guess it still remains. It just has no power over Kurumi. But why is she able to withstand this darkness and, on some level at least, fight back against it? Well, let's take the long and winding path to the conclusion of this story to find out. Sunday, August 9th, is a rainy day. Now, Kurumi and Sango have to cancel their usual dog walk, but Sango suggests they all hang out at Nao's house. When afternoon rolls around though, Sango calls to say she isn't feeling well and won't be showing up. Nao's flustered by this, being left alone with Kurumi. The two spend time together in Nao's room, where Kurumi finds a remote-controlled plane on his bookshelf. She wants to try it out, but Nao says they can't because of the rain. So Kurumi points out the window and says the rain has stopped, and so it has. Coincidence? Or... Later on, the two go to the river and fly the plane together. Meanwhile, Sango intentionally stays home, deciding she'd rather not interfere in Kurumi and Nao's blossoming romance. After phoning Nao and hanging up the receiver, she repeats the phrase, "I am Sango," to herself like a mantra. At night, Nao and his mother eat dinner together, and she comments on Kurumi's cuteness. She says Sango must be jealous. Nao plays dumb, or actually doesn't know what she's talking about, and his mother just says, "Poor Sango." The final days after Nao and Kurumi's rainy day rendezvous have only one rumor that can be completed in just one day. It's silly and concerns a mysterious vending machine that sits alone on a dead-end road at the top of a hill that provides a sweeping view of Hirumi City and the surrounding mountains. The story goes that a young couple wanted to marry, but their parents wouldn't approve of the match. So they went to this vending machine and bought a poison drink to die in each other's arms. The trio wonder what kind of soft drink company would sell a poison beverage, so they decide to check it out. By pressing a specific combination of buttons, the machine dispenses a strange can labeled The Things. Only 3% real fruit juice. That's the real horror of this rumor. Nao takes the first swig and says it tastes like medicine. Sango nearly throws up, it's so bad, so she dumps the rest out on the street. As she turns the can over, a liquid creature flows out and escapes down a nearby drain. The three wonder if they really saw what they think they just saw. After going home and researching, Sango discovers the juice was made by a company that closed 18 years ago. Somehow one of the cans was still lodged inside the vending machine, so what they drank was some kind of congealed gelatinous solid that was once a juice. Gross. And that's the last rumor available in the game. Other than that, the final few days can be used to finish up any lingering rumors that have yet to expire, or just spending time with our group of Dusk Street investigators, or Twilight Road explorers. On Thursday, August 13th, 1998, Kurumi suffers another episode during their after-school walk. She runs off on her own as she's done before. Nao and Sango search and find her nearby, wobbling towards them before collapsing into Nao's arms. This time, she's bleeding. From Kurumi's point of view, she once again sees the little girl and chases after her, winding up in the distorted version of the town. The vision shatters and she finds herself in a circus-themed world, which she calls the world of lies. I'm a weird kid. I've known since the beginning. I hate festivals because I'm always sad when they're over. Ko, Meros, Sango, Nao. Dad, Mom, everyone hates me. Everyone will be better off if I'm dead. The lies are better. There's no need for the real thing. In the hospital, Akigawa insists the new drug is working properly, but Kurumi's body has rejected it for some reason that he can't pinpoint. Yeah, well, bully for you and your trial drug program. Meanwhile, a 14-year-old girl is fighting for her life. He says they'll continue to monitor, but her condition is critical. Okay, maybe I was giving Akigawa too much credit earlier. Guy's a monster. Left alone, Kurumi's mother and father finally accept that they've made a grave mistake. Her mother says it's all her fault for not trying hard enough to understand Kurumi. Her father just prays Kurumi will pull through. Nao calls Sango to inform her that tomorrow is the final day of the crow's curse. He believes Kurumi is going to die if they don't do something. Sango snaps and asks what any of this has to do with her. She doesn't owe Kurumi Shina anything. She doesn't even consider her a friend. There's nothing they can do. She tells Nao to wake up and face reality. Then she hangs up. On the 100th day, August 14th, Kurumi is still unconscious as Akigawa watches over her. Takehiko prays at a shrine. Sango is slumped in a dark corner of her room as her mother calls, asking her when she's going to get out of bed. Nao prepares to leave home. He tells his mom he'll probably be back late and asks her to take care of Meros for him. As he rushes out the door, she can only wonder what's gotten into him. Nao is determined to break the crow's curse. He's positive it's the only way to save Kurumi. All he can think to do is visit Kasuga at the Old Town intersection. At this point, Nao has never actually interacted with Kasuga. He's only heard Kurumi talk about her, so he doesn't even know if he'll be able to meet her. Maybe it's because of whatever transformation Nao has undergone throughout the game, or maybe it's something else, but when he arrives at the intersection, he's transported to the Twilight world. At first, Kasuga speaks only in riddles. Nao tells her Kurumi has collapsed as a result of the crow's curse. Kasuga asks if he knows why the crow sings. She'll give him until sunset to figure it out. When Nao says he still doesn't know what he's supposed to do, she starts singing an actual Japanese nursery rhyme. The lyrics are from Warabe Uta, which is typically sung while playing a children's game. It's kind of like the English nursery rhyme Ring Around the Rosie, with similarly vaguely macabre lyrics. It's creepy. Here, Kasuga begins in the traditional way, then twists it to inform Nao of what he must do. She tells him to visit her 6 friends. Make a pilgrimage to all 6, and your wish will be fulfilled. Nao asks if that will break the curse, but Kasuga only responds that wishes go round and round, round and round. and so we're transported to the maze road to visit the first of Hirumi's 7 deities. In the walled-in lot, Now spots a hexagram drawn in chalk. A hexagram, I counted right this time. Spinning around, he finds a dove atop the small shrine. It flies off and Now chases after it. He's transported to the now abandoned construction site. Upon entering, he finds the old woman praying to the sacred tree, narako, that was once cut down. It's now been restored. She invites Now to pray as well. When Now bows his head, several butterflies billow up around him and fly off. Now follows and arrives at the cat alleyway. Following that strange path leads to the large temple grounds. Instead of finding the Nekomata, as Kurumi did, an old man sits in its place. He gives us part of the legend of Hirumi's founding, telling us the woman turned into a black bird and the man turned into a rushing waterfall. Thus, Hirumi became the village of the 7 gods. The stagnation and corruption of Hirumi's harmony is all humankind's doing. If people's wishes are full of bitterness, then so too are people's grudges. The old man tells Now to leave since he's becoming sleepy. When Now exits the alleyway, he sees many cats that seem to be leading him somewhere, so he joins the procession. He finds himself in front of the Inari shrine where Minami Aiba is waiting. Now doesn't seem too surprised that Minami is part of this, and tells her he's seeking some way to break the curse. Minami suggests going to the well to make his wish there, but she refuses to tell him where the well is. She says to ask the Hidden One. The Hidden One is the waterfall, so we rush to the shrine in the forest. When we arrive at the hidden pool, a voice tells Now to look at the water's surface. He bends down and finds 6 rocks placed in a circle around a single one in the center. 3 sticks are laid out in a careful pattern. He realizes it's a map of Hirumi. The rocks around the outside represent the shrines he's been visiting. The sticks are the major roads that pass through the town. The single rock in the center is the Toritsuka's original location, where the crow's curse can be broken. Studying the makeshift map, Now figures out the place the other 6 gods are protecting is near the mental hospital. The run out of the forest, back to the main roads, and down along the train tracks where the stairs that lead up to the hospital grounds are, is almost excruciating. We're also on a timer. I mentioned way back in the beginning of the video, we need to complete this rumor before the sun sets. 7 real-time minutes. We rush past the basement room where the girl escaped and lost her life 13 years ago, and find an old path that leads further into the forest. The game then abruptly cuts to Sango, who's on the phone with Tomoki, talking about the manuscript she's supposed to finish for the comic convention. But Tomoki tells her to skip it and listen up. There's something she needs to hear. When Sango asks what Tomoki wants to say, Tomoki responds, "Who's Tomoki? Are you talking about me? Well then, let me ask you this. Who are you?" By the way, Tomoki uses atashi to refer to themselves, which is a feminine pronoun. I'm pretty sure this is the first time Tomoki ever uses a pronoun when referring to themselves, and while it doesn't necessarily confirm that Tomoki is a woman, they could very well be a man using atashi, it's a good enough clue that Tomoki is probably a woman, but that's beside the point. I think what Tomoki is saying by asking Sango, "Who is Tomoki? Are you talking about me?" is that Tomoki is a fake name. So when Tomoki follows that up with, "Who are you?" and Sango replies that she's Sango, probably, Tomoki is trying to get her to reach deeper than her name and really define herself. Tomoki asks her who decides what Sango is, and Sango replies that Sango is the one who decides. Tomoki, or whoever this is ultimately disappointed by Sango's childish answer, suggesting maybe Sango needs to let herself be hurt more to understand who she actually is. I think the implication here is Sango is still keeping people and herself at arm's length to protect herself, when the only true path to growth and self-discovery is pain, failure, rejection, grief, humiliation. These are all things Sango has walled herself against, put herself in positions so these feelings can never touch her. But what results from experiencing these things in life are improvement, acceptance, contentment, respect. It's admittedly a vague and confusing conversation, and I'm still not sure if I'm pulling the right meaning out of it, but this is the best I could come up with. After Tomoki hangs up on her, Sango is still left wondering what she should do. We return to now. As he rushes through the forest, he has the same feeling he had the night he first encountered the crow with the human face. At the end of the path is a clearing overlooking the town. A stone monument stands there, if you can call it that. It's more like a pile of old rocks, and there's a well nearby. Now feels a presence, and the human-faced crow descends. A song resounds in his head, a dissonant and unnerving dirge, and now starts to fall into despair. Everything that's happened until now, every person they interacted with, they were all driven mad and died. This curse will take him too. He will die here. But Sango's voice cuts through the darkness, and now remembers the reason he came here. To save Kurumi. He tells the crow it's not real, that its curse isn't real. It was all something he created in his own head. A story he told himself. A falsehood he believed. The song stops, and now is left on the hillside as a feeling of relief washes over him. Sango and Meros arrive to meet him. She was nearby, calling out to save him from falling. Afterwards, Sango and Nao go to the hospital to visit Kurumi, but when they enter her room, they find her hooked up to a ventilator. Her parents inform them Kurumi is already gone. The breathing machine is the only thing keeping her heart beating right now. Nao can't believe it. The crow wasn't real. The curse should be broken. What did he do wrong? He closes his eyes tight, tries to wake himself up from this nightmare, hoping that when he opens his eyes again, all of this will disappear. But this is reality. Sometime later, Kurumi's parents say they're glad Nao and Sango came, but they have to ask them to go home now. It's time for them to say goodbye to their daughter. But Nao says there shouldn't be this kind of feeling in the room. The first time he came to visit, Kurumi cried because she felt bad she made everyone worry about her. This heavy atmosphere is the kind of thing she hates the most. She was happiest when everyone was smiling, and so they should remember that. In the end. That night, Nao lies in bed. After some time, the doorbell starts to ring over and over. Nao finally gets up to answer it. And finds Kurumi at his front door. The whole gang is back together, taking Meros for a walk. As they set off, Kurumi doubles over, clutching her stomach as she always did on those days before she collapsed. Got him! I love this. The whole scene is wordless, and Sango even threatens to go home. But they all go off on one last walk to visit the 7 deities around Hirumi City again. The first stop is Narako, the sacred tree, just stopping by to say hello. Next, they visit the boy at the walled-in shrine. He says from now on, he and Kurumi can play together always. She wonders about her little brother Ko, if she can still play with him, and the boy says she can for now. Her brother still knows the way, but soon he'll grow older, live his own life, and little by little, forget them. But he tells Kurumi not to worry, because he'll have good fortune in his life. He tells her that's the way of things, and she shouldn't get in the way. Basically, don't be haunting your younger brother. She says, yeah, okay. I don't know, I could see Kurumi haunting him a little bit. Kurumi next exchanges some friendly insults with the cat god. Then it's off to the Inari shrine, where Minami says she'll be sad she won't be able to meet Kurumi in school anymore. But Kurumi tells her not to worry. Nao and Sango will be her friends from now on. They stop to marvel at the waterfall. And finally, they go to meet Kasuga, whose presence is fading. They can only hear her voice. She tells the story of how she became the manifestation of souls that were sacrificed to keep the village safe from floods in the past. Now, most people have forgotten her, and her power has weakened. But she's been happy ever since she and Kurumi first met, and she's positive people will remember Kurumi for a long time. They return to Nao's house. Without any words, Kurumi waves them goodbye and runs off. Nao narrates the epilogue. It feels like I'm in a dream. That night is the only thing that feels real. I can't honestly accept the reality in front of me. Summer vacation has ended, and even though my busy daily life has returned, that feeling hasn't changed. I keep thinking Kurumi will come visit from the next classroom. Every time the after-school bell rings, my head gets all mixed up. Later on, Nao and Sango meet at the riverside. It's autumn now. It's been at least a month or so since they've last seen each other. The afternoon walks together ended when Kurumi died. Nao asks Sango how the summer comic convention went. She says she had to give up on that, but she's now working on something for the winter one. Nao brings up there's something he's been thinking about ever since they stopped meeting. That there are things in this world he doesn't understand. That night, Kurumi should have died. But he can still feel her somewhere in this town. He can't be sure, but he just has that feeling. Sango bolts up and says she doesn't believe that. She doesn't have time to worry about ghosts and spirits and what happens when life ends. She's got too much to do right now. And here, at last, is Sango's confession. Now, look at me more. I'm sure I'll become cute. I wish I could tell you that this is the song that plays during the end credits. But it's not. Instead, we get this surfer rock anthem. Which, I don't know, maybe it does fit the tone of the ending. About that ending, though, there are still a lot of unanswered questions. Like, what was the human-faced crow? Why were there two Toritsuka? What exactly happened to the girl from 13 years ago? And how was Kurumi connected to her? I'll try to answer all of these questions as best I can. As Nao realizes near the end when he quote-unquote breaks the curse, the human-faced crow only had power because he believed in it, much like many of the other rumors related to the city. We talked about the idea of yodomi earlier, this stagnation and darkness that builds up in the city as a result of the human psyche. Yodomi is the power that makes these rumors manifest. The darkness in the Hirumi Station West Side underpass is one of the clearest and most potent examples of this dark power. But the crow and the false monument are also a conduit of sorts for this evil energy. During the floating ghost rumor, we learned the Toritsuka was moved to Sango's apartment complex. Rumor had it, moving the monument would bring about a curse, and at that time, several people died by jumping from the top of the apartment buildings. This event caused the townsfolk to move the monument once again, this time to the forest behind the school where we find it in the beginning of the game. At the end of the game, though, we find the original spot of the Toritsuka and clearly see a monument of sorts is still there. There are no clear answers in the game, but this could be the original monument, meaning the one that was placed at the apartment complex and then moved behind the school was a replica. Now does comment in the very beginning when he first lays eyes on the Toritsuka that it looks newer than he thought it would. In the floating ghost rumor, it's implied the crow's curse began because the monument was moved, but I don't think that's actually correct, because it doesn't take into account what happened to the girl who looked like Kurumi 13 years ago, the same time the monument was supposedly moved from its original location. There's a bit more info at the end of the strategy guide about who that girl was and what exactly happened back then. The notes explain that Casca and the other gods were disturbed by the increase of yodomi in the city. By this point, the true crow god's power had faded, so the 6 remaining deities attempted to find someone to take her place. They chose a 14-year-old girl sensitive to the spiritual world and led her on a pilgrimage to their shrines in an attempt for her to attain deification. However, people mistook her spiritual encounters for hallucinations, and she was committed to a mental hospital. It's implied Casca or one of the deities may have helped her escape from that basement room in the hopes of leading her to the Toritsuka. However, a tragic accident occurred. While wandering the forest at night, after her escape, the girl fell into the well near the monument and died. The doctor's account of these events mentioned the eyes of the girl as her body lay at the bottom of the well, the same eye now sees when he first encounters the human-faced crow, the same eye that watches him in his bedroom at night. This could indicate the yodomi led this girl astray or corrupted her after she fell into the well, turning her into its own false god, a crow with a human face. Maybe the decision to create a replica of the Toritsuka was made because of this tragic event that happened on the site of its actual location. However, because it was a fake, the human-faced crow found a conduit for its own power, a false monument to a false god. The inauspicious notion of moving the Toritsuka in the first place, coupled with the subsequent, though possibly coincidental, deaths of people around it, only increased the power of the false deity, and only strengthened the rumors. No one in Hirumi nowadays remembers the true deity and the village's origin story, but everybody knows the rumor of the crow's curse. So, Casca and the other gods, their powers continuing to fade, decided to try once more to create a replacement for the original. This time they chose Kurumi. She made the pilgrimage. This could be why she slowly gains the power to defend herself against the yodomi in the underpass, and I guess somehow through Nao's discovery of the original Toritsuka in an attempt to save her, completed the ritual. And if this is the case, Casca knew all along Kurumi would die. She would need to, in order to take the place of a god. The crow's curse did break, but there was no way to save Kurumi to begin with. Now, as for why Kurumi and the other girl look similar, I honestly don't know. At first I thought it was some kind of reincarnation, but the timeline doesn't line up. Kurumi is 14 years old. Her age is stated multiple times throughout the game, and that other girl died 13 years ago. That's also a hard fact, stated several times. So Kurumi would have already been born when she died. I think the fact that they look alike is an intentional coincidence. That would be in line with the game's constant coincidental explanations for many of its rumors. Or it could be that the two girls didn't look all that similar, and it's just the doctor's guilt-addled mind playing tricks on him, much like the detail of how he heard Kurumi humming a dissonant melody, but actually there was nothing dissonant about it. Though they do look shockingly similar when the human-faced crow is haunting Nao. Of course, this could also be a trick. No matter the details of how it actually happened, the ascent to godhood worked, and Kurumi has taken her place as Hirumi's seventh deity. Although, as we saw at the end of the group's final walk together, Kasuka's power has almost completely faded at this point. I think the reason she's the first to go is because her shrine is missing. In all of the other gods' places, we find an old shrine still standing, but Kasuka's has been removed to make room for a parking lot that's already become unused, which just adds insult to injury, or insult to blasphemy. But eventually, regardless of whether their shrines still stand, the other deities, and even Kurumi, will lose their power and fade as time goes by and people continue to forget them. The boy in the walled-in shrine tells Kurumi this when they speak to each other. And yet, at the very end, as Nao feels the night he spent wandering the city with Kurumi's spirit is more real than his daily life, the message seems to be that we can't stay wrapped up in the past forever. This could also be why Sango's conversation with Tomoki cuts in as Nao is making his way to confront the human-faced crow. It's a reminder that childish ways of thinking, using false names and believing every rumor and ghost story, are cutting them off from themselves and the reality of what's happening around them. Pain needs to be experienced for growth. And Sango's demand for Nao to look at her more, the girl who's still alive, is a call to wake up to the future that's right in front of him. I think the final paragraph at the end of the notes section in the strategy guide puts it best. Even if Hirumi City were to be absorbed by Yodomi, people would still have no choice but to continue living. Humans are creatures that adapt to their changing environment. But still, like absolutely everything, Yuuyami Doori refuses to put such a tidy bow on things. Because we can also look at all of the game's events through the skeptic's lens. It all could have been a bunch of kids wrapped up in the myths and rumors circulating at school and in town. A bunch of kids who've been let down by the institutions that are meant to build them up. Let down by the communities that are supposed to foster them, and the families that are supposed to raise them. Maybe Kurumi wasn't a deity. Maybe she was a girl with a real illness who needed more support and care from the two people whose job it was to protect her. Maybe a lot of sadness and tragedy could have been avoided if these people just talked to each other, could talk to each other. Every conversation in this game feels like the characters are groping through darkness, so close to each other but so blind. They keep roaming around, reaching for each other and missing by centimeters. And that's it. That's what this story feels like. It's probably the saddest and most beautiful thing I've ever played. The thing that's most fascinating to me about Yuuyami Doori Tankentai is how much of itself it hides behind itself. I don't know if I've ever played another game where the structure of the story and how it's presented to the player so perfectly mirrors the structure of the game and how the player is meant to uncover that structure, where the goal isn't just to reach a true ending, but to fill out the meaning of that ending by playing and discovering more of the game. I mean, I found whole arcs to the characters and how the rumors linked together and developed over the course of the game, but anyone else who plays without the guide, or at least without going for a 100% playthrough, will not experience things the same way. You could miss out on certain characters' private scenes. You could not talk to your classmates to learn little extra tidbits about them. You could miss certain rumors that flesh out bits of Hirumi City's backstory. You could miss certain rumors that feature important character moments. Or you could witness different rumors at different times or in separate playthroughs that change your understanding of the story. And despite all of that, even with all that missed content, you could still reach the true ending and still have a pretty satisfying experience, narratively. The gameplay, while I enjoyed it, does start to become repetitive. And as I said earlier, some of the rumors are frustrating to figure out. But even without the story, I can't help but appreciate what Yuuyami Doori is doing with its world, its exploration, its progression mechanics, its open-ended nature, and its fantastic presentation. There are much lesser, quirky old games that find a weird cult following, so I'm positive if Yuuyami Doori received a good, careful, and careful translation, like a translation that's full of care, it would have an audience. I don't think I've ever cared as deeply about the characters in a video game as much as I cared about Kurumi, Nao, and Sango. And Meros. Can't forget Meros. They're just so real, a testament to how nuanced, delicate, and just damn good the writing is. Yuuyami Doori affected me deeply. It takes you through so many different emotions, from horror to humor to heartbreak to heartwarming to sadness, so effortlessly. And I think any game that moves me like that, regardless of its gameplay, is something worth talking about. And despite this video's length, there's so much I didn't talk about. There are rumors that resolve a lot of the subplots involving Kurumi, Nao, and Sango's classmates. I didn't talk about the rumor involving Kojiro Kume, the kid who's constantly being harassed by Yuasa and his gang, and how all his chanting and calling out to elder gods and demons in the school hallway gets a payoff when he attempts to put a curse on the bullies. The whole thing ends with him pulling a knife behind the school building and scaring Yuasa straight. But the lead up to these events ends up creating a deep rift between Nao and Sagawa, as the latter got mixed up in Kume's revenge plot. Or how Sango takes on a dangerous final challenge from the girls' toilet brigade that has two resolutions. One leaving her triumphantly smug, and the other proving that the group didn't dislike her enough to want her to actually, die. I also didn't even mention Sae Tsunekawa, Sango and Kurumi's class president, who's not very well liked because she's always bossing people around. There aren't many rumors involving her, but near the end of the game you can find her sitting poolside, still dressed in her school uniform with a bandage on her arm. I tried talking to her multiple times, but I never did find out what happened to her or why she looks so upset, even over 3 playthroughs. Then there's the rumor involving the black dog that's been spotted around town, and the group eventually finds out it's a manifestation of the spirits of dogs from the past who were euthanized at a certain location in town, which in turn reveals that Meros was a stray Sango originally found. Her family couldn't keep him because they live in an apartment, so Nao's family took him in. Meros. Then there are all the rumors that feed into Kurumi's nickname at school, Alien. The girls' toilet brigade is always calling her an alien and telling her to go away. In one rumor, an old homeless man in the park says she's the princess of his planet, and she needs to return home with him. In another, there are stories about hitodama, or will-o-wisps, spotted around town. In the final location, the hill with the vending machine, they spot something that appears to be a UFO zipping through the night sky. There are also those spaceship sounds that play in one of Nao's spiritual disturbances when the girl who looks like Kurumi appears in his room. What's up with that? I even found out during the editing phase of this video, while capturing some extra B-roll footage of the group just wandering around town, that in some spots, Kurumi will hear the voices of certain spirits attached to rumors in the area, giving you a clue that something needs to be investigated here. Wow. And there's so much more. I actually wrote full sections about most of the things I just mentioned, but ended up cutting them because I felt like they dragged down the pacing of this already difficult to pace video. As I've hypothesized, and I think proven over the last few hours, the developers of Yuuyami Doori did not intend for players to see everything the game has to offer on a single playthrough. Heck, at this point, I'd go so far as to say they didn't expect anyone, aside from the most hardcore, completion-obsessed freaks, to see everything their game had to offer. But as one final bit of evidence, let me leave you with a rumor that provides some of the clearest foreshadowing to the events that transpire in the true ending. To gain access to this rumor, we need to have learned about the girl who looked like Kurumi in the past, met Minami Aiba at the Inari Shrine, and played the Spiral game with Now. Doesn't sound like much, but each of those rumors have their own requirements to obtain, so it's pretty well buried near the end of the game. One day, by the pool, Kurumi tells Minami about the Spiral game, but Minami says she has her own game, one that allows them to hear their fortune from a fox spirit. When they meet in the classroom, Minami has drawn out the game board, a representation of the Inari shrine where she and Kurumi experienced the fox moon. A poem the two of them must recite to call forth the fox spirit is also written down. So they both hold on to a single pencil, close their eyes, and recite the words together. When they open their eyes, the afternoon has already changed to evening, and the fox spirit appears. Kurumi lets out an excited shout, but the spirit quickly vanishes. Minami warns her to keep her voice down. The fox spirit scares easily. They can ask yes or no questions to the fox to receive answers about their future. Kurumi goes first and asks if she, Nao, Sango, and Meros will continue having walks together. The fox spirit doesn't answer, much to Kurumi's disappointment. Minami tells her she'll ask for her then. She asks the fox spirit if there's a person Kurumi likes. At first, the pencil doesn't move, but after a few moments, it glides to yes. Kurumi cheerfully says, "I like everyone." Minami then asks if she and Kurumi will be in the same class next year. The pencil drifts to no. Minami asks if she and Kurumi will be friends forever. The pencil drifts to no. Minami starts to get upset, thinking Kurumi is making fun of her by moving the pencil on her own. Kurumi insists she isn't doing anything, so Minami tries one last time. Will Kurumi Shina and I be together forever? The answer is no. Minami shouts that the fortunes are all lies. The fox spirit must not have come, but Kurumi says she can see the fox spirit sitting by the window. Growing more upset, Minami proclaims there's no such thing as the fox spirit, and it disappears. Minami assures Kurumi that everything was a lie, that she and Kurumi will be friends forever. She asks Kurumi if she knows about jewel beetles, which are wood-boring beetles with metallic-looking iridescent wings native to Japan and other parts of Southeast Asia. Minami tells Kurumi a legend that those with special powers hold a jewel beetle within their eye, an iridescent light that can be seen by others with special powers. She says she saw that iridescent glow in Kurumi's eyes, brighter than she had ever seen it in her grandmother's or her mother's. It was the first time she saw that light in the eyes of anyone outside of her own family. When Minami told her mother about Kurumi, her mother warned her not to get too close to her, but Minami decided not to listen. She even started to like coming to school, since this was the place where she met Kurumi. And even though she just a few moments ago tried to tell herself the fox spirit's predictions were wrong, that she didn't believe in anything, because how could she believe that Kurumi wouldn't always be with her? Now she knows. Kurumi will go somewhere far away, somewhere Minami won't be able to follow. Kurumi tells Minami she's not going anywhere, that she'll be right here. Liar. Go home. Just go home. After this, Minami stops coming to school. I didn't see this rumor until my third playthrough of Yuuyami Doori. It was one of the last rumors I unlocked after over 80 hours of playtime. By that time, I already knew why the fox spirit answered Minami's questions the way it did. And with how deeply this rumor is buried, I'm fairly certain Yuuyami Doori's writers knew any player who experienced it would already know why the fox spirit answered the way it did. All those mechanics, all those plot threads, all those playthroughs, the tiny pieces of its world and characters, all the layers gradually peeled back. Right here is where the weight of it all hit me. And it hit me all the harder because I already knew what was coming. Yuuyami Doori Tankentai is one of the greatest video game stories I've ever experienced. And this, for me, is its true ending. That's it for Yuuyami Doori Tankentai. If you've made it this far, I hope you enjoyed the video. To all the regular viewers, thanks for your patience as I worked on this thing. This huge thing that took me more than 2 months to put together. I don't know, it feels strange to be at the end of it. Not because it was a really long video, but because I spent so many hours in this game's world. Not only playing it, but thinking about it, grappling with those thoughts, trying to wrangle them into a script that made some semblance of sense, and then editing it into a video. Feels kind of like I've traveled to Hirumi City and back, and now I really don't know what to do with myself. Sort of. I do know what I'm going to do with myself. I'm going to keep making videos, and I don't think you're going to have to wait as long for the next one. But I need to thank my patrons and YouTube members for supporting me every month. Without them, I wouldn't be able to sometimes get completely lost in these games. If you'd like to join them and become a dungeon dweller, you can click the link in the description for my Patreon, or click the join button on this page to become a YouTube member. All paid supporters get to watch new videos a few to a couple days early without ads. They get their names in the videos, they get exclusive updates from me, and they get access to the Dungeon Dwellers archive, bonus videos that I make from time to time. More bonus videos are in the works too. I've been saying that for a while, but they're coming soon. If you support with $5 or more each month, you get your name read out loud at the end of videos like these Dungeon Architects. 2 Password for Kids, 8-Bit Unicorn, Akai Kiki, Alexis Yukio Gomes Yamato, An Owl, Antichrist Alex, Bad Baphomet, Benifer 94, Birthquake, Blake Golan, Bliblio Jones, Breeze McMothman, Brendan Jamieson, Brian but on Patreon, KS Arcanum, Dan, Daniel Hamilton, Danny Kilpatrick, Dan Persona, Darkest Abyss, David Carr, David Host, Delatar Tepes, Dickie Downer, Dirt Possum, Dollar Store DJ, Duck, El Jaguar, Emmeline Payne, Eugene, Fnar, Foul, this guy, Fuzzmosis, Garbage Person, Gloria Gordon, Half HP, Hibernia Scholar, High Food Court, Hollow Best Wife, Horace Rees, Ian C, Insidious Bliss, Izzy Lexus, Jack the Nipper, Jared Bynum, J Bud Airline, John B, Joshua Ayers, Justin Darnell, Kale, Captain Ketchup, Kenny Mitchell, Kevin Hanley, Carrot Reflections, Krizik, Crunk Wizard, Kyowa, Lamont Atkinson, M, Mira, Magic Circuit, Mateo Feo, Max Grosshandler, Maxwell Valentine, Meownarchy, aka Roxy, Micah Powers, Mortags, Mr. Loser, Mr. Eater, Neckout the Brave, Nick Wolf, Nocadian, Old God Machinations, Opalin, Paul Fierce, Pazuzu, Persparkle, Prinny Dude, Razor Good Stuff, Rez, Richard Cutting, Richard Sanchez, Richort 12, Roberto Hernandez, Ragu, St. Murray, Salvatore Tosti, SC Fade, Shannon Gates, Shivering Dova, Sigma Simp 69, Silatixo, Slowbro 96, Tenny Lava, That Uninformed Guy, The Plath, The Stoic One, Tucky Ducky, Tyranny Frigate, Vexen Dagrin, Vinci, Volfram C, Vulgar Tongue Official, Whole Cloud, Winter Chunk, Zarin, Yoni 42, Zethrin, and Ziasquin, as well as these dungeon connoisseurs. 84D93R, Aaron Kwolek, Abraham Moss, Alberto Amatucci, Alex Nadeau, Alex Renko, Aliquem, Ambrowski, Andrew Tovanidi, Anjan01, Anthony Labella, Aranai Saez, Arrested Rabbit, Ashley Black, Athena Van Nocht, Aurelianus, Ava M. Dumas, B. Saunders, Baron of Books, Battle Mage Arcade, Bewildering Avocado, BBF in Bloxburg, Blue Mantis, Bunny, Bunzo, Keiichi, Captain Doctor, Captain Swing, Caramel Cream, Careless Wesper, Caroline, Cassandra M, Cat Soup, Cerebral, Churm Slurm, Chris Zappaslave Collins, Chumpkins, Claim, Clara Myers, Cloudy Wizard, Cohort, Cormac, Crassus Zero, Crippler Jones, Crooked Rook, Dale Walden, Daniel Tallow, Dapney, Days Clockwork, Dean Hubbard, Dikadico, Doroko, Devil's Honey, Devin McCullough, Dr. Jellybean, Dogleaf, Dragon Ace SG7, Draco E, Drebo Bebop, Drykantbrot, Dribdebach, Dungeon Chili, Dust Bunny, Ej, Enrico Amato, Eric Pinonin, Eric Clapton, Fangro, Feduppin, Francine Bridge, Gabrielle Ricard, Gandalf the Gay, Gary Powell, Okon Boyum, Harvey Bodega, Heartman, IR Sticky, I'm in Your Walls Drinking Soup, Icehammer 82, I Love Misty 1985, Indigo Happy, Irregular Rob, It's a Mia Mia, Nekokami, It's Dizzy, Jack and the Candle, Jacob Havlick, James Chambers, Jason Cook, Jason Davies, Jay Jombles, J Rob, Jeff Anderson, Jeff K, Gemma, Joan Valise, Joe Gother, Jolly Bean, Joshua Weber, Juniper Curribo, King Bonkers Error 1884, Cammy Can, Yang, Karen Rosenow, Kasumi, Katie K, Keith, Bastow Cox, Keywork Doggo, Nomadic, Critter, Lady Nagrum, Lady Noraemon, Leif Bundy, Lay Noodle, Limidgeton, Leonardo Shores de Souza, Liana, Lynn, Long Arms 07, Lux Custodes, Macrophage, Man with Confetti, Masakishi, Matt Norad, Matthew Samael, Max Allison, Max Cohen, Maxwell Bauer, McEldritch, Michael Carpenter, Michael H. Prey, Middy is a Bean, Minced Meat, Miss M, Mr. Independent, Monkey Kid 61, Morgan Spicer, Mountain Horse, Mr. Al Packleton, Mumbles, Nagatochi, Necroner, Nelno, Nick, Olheimkai, Old Dead Lemons, Olof Albine, Parapug's #1 fan, Phil Bernard, Please Keep Making Videos, Rasmus Jensen, Rezo 55555, Rifflesby, Robert Z, Rodrigo Vaz Pina Cabral Silva, Roland, Ryan Scheffler, Sable, Sarxis, Sashi, Savvy Fav, Scorpix 22, Sensei Wolfman, Shad is Dad, Sean, Silius Sotus, Cicerin, Skyclad Weeb, Slycat, Smog Hobbit, Solar, Someone Else, Sorbet, Space, Sparkadark, Spencer Newton, Saint Martin, Surprise, The Fox, Sweaty Turtle, T, Taylor Martin, T. Boogie, Tennis Disaster, The Corsair himself, the dog from the Chinese restaurant in Mukojima, The Mangled Pancreas, Thief of 16-bit Technology, Tor Dragon, Trophma Senator, True Axiom, Tuesday Twin, TV's Brent, Vange, Violet, Vixie, Volkendo, Voxel Rat, whatever you do, don't read this out loud, oh no! Whiskey Dono, Wild and Horned Hermit, Zucker, Zills, Your Man in Japan, Zilta, Zombo Robo, Zorik, and Nate. Thank you all so much for your support, and thank you, once again, for watching. Next time. I'll see you all next time. Until then, Yuuyami Doori Tankentai. Check it out. Dungeon Chill. Out.